do, what I do, da da do, da da do.
Okay. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Foxborough's Board of Selectmen, March 5th, 2013 Board of Selectmen meeting. I'll go through the agenda items quickly. At 7 o'clock, we have citizens' input. At 7:05, we have a presentation and discussion with the Lions Club on the Town Common electric sign. At 7:15, we have the Superintendent, Louis Lopes, from the Southeastern Regional School to talk about their renovation and expansion project. At 7:20, our town planner, Sharon Wasson, is going to be discussing the Community Transportation Technical Assistance Program grant for the Foxborough Commission on Disability. At 7:30, we've asked the Craft organization to have a discussion with us on the basically a general discussion on past, present, and future with some question and answer. If anyone wants to ask questions from the public. At 8:15, we'll do a chairman's update. At 8:20, a discussion on the formation of a committee to review the surrounding community impact of Plain Ridge slot development. 8:35, we'll be reviewing the annual town meeting warrant review articles. And 8:55, we're going into executive session to discuss non-union personnel. So, Ginny, you want to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. So, I have a little after 7. Is there anyone for citizens' input? Okay. Yep. The only thing we ask is if you could just introduce yourself with your name and your address if you're in town.
Jessica Minton, 106 Charles Street, Mansfield. On behalf of the undersigned non-union employees, we would like to express our displeasure at what took place on February 26th at the Selectmen's meeting. The Board of Selectmen publicly disrespected a member of our group as well as the process. That action was unacceptable to us. In the past, our group of employees were part of the process of making any changes to any of the personal wage bylaws. As the second largest employee group in this town, we believe that up until the last couple of years, we have been part of this process. We respectfully request that the board respects the established process for reviewing the personal wage bylaws and that you discontinue any discussion of changes to our benefits without our involvement in this process. Furthermore, we expect you as a board to remove the warrant article pertaining to benefit changes so that we may have a meaningful discussion with the board and all involved in this process.
Thank you, Jessica. Just so everyone knows, we do have that item as part of the warrant article. And I think just so you guys know, the warrant article that was in our packet is replaced with the one that we received today. So throughout the I think it was March 1st, and replace it with the 35. So that will come up in our discussion tonight. Thank you. Anyone else under citizens' input? A few minutes before 7:05, but we have, it's probably appropriate if people from the Lions Club wanted to come to the table. Thanks, Bob.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening. If you just wanted to
All right.
introduce yourself.
I'm Bob Russell, and I live at 23 Valley Forge Way in Foxborough. Do you want me to start going through my presentation, or do you want me to wait to hear what's being said ahead of time?
Yeah, just kind of give an overview. We've already had this on the docket once, as you're aware.
Absolutely.
We've discussed it. Since then, there's been a showing during the afternoon and night.
Yes.
So I think most of the Board of Selectmen have seen that. We did have in our packet today a letter from the Foxborough Historic Commission.
Okay.
With an email that they received that they attached to it. We had DPW Director discuss at the initial meeting the costs, where the money was going to come from.
Correct.
And kind of the technical part of it. So if you wanted to give a presentation, I did ask if Jack Arthurlet could speak after you.
Okay.
That would put in
Okay.
I think of a broader context. And if you guys disagree, let me know. if there's anyone from the audience, then they can give their input.
Sure.
And then we can
Sure.
discuss it amongst ourselves.
Exactly. I thought we could do it that way, just to expedite it a little bit. First of all, we, the Lions Club, would like to thank you for your time and consideration of this project. And I would like you to know, on behalf of the Lions, regardless of what the outcome of the vote is, we will continue to support repairing the signs. At this time, as I said at the meeting in January 8th, we're not sure what we can do to the sign, except we certainly will change the white background, all right, assuming that we don't get the electronic sign. We'll also repair anything that is done to it. For example, the plexiglass will have to be replaced, so we will take care of that. As far as the finish on the sign, to repaint them, I'm going to investigate that further, because I really stopped working on that when I started working on the electronic side of it. So I do know some of the things we have to do, but I will go back, reinvestigate that, and take what actions have to be taken to repair it and maintain it. And that's about all I have to say on it, rather than go back through and review everything that's been already stated in regards to it.
Now, while Jack is, Bob is here, is there any questions specific to Bob?
No, I'm just, that's good to hear that, you know, there's still a chance to go back and look at the cost to repair and replace things. So I'm glad that's part of the.
Thank you.
Could be action.
As we stated back when we originally did the sign 17 years ago, we committed to maintaining it, and we continue to maintain that and continue to support that effort.
And thank you for the past 17 years, too.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Thank
Bob.
you. We've enjoyed doing it. It's really changed having people put things out on the fence outside there.
Right, right. And, I mean, the old sign, you know, when you changed it 17 years ago, I, as a JC, was like, oh my goodness, what are they doing? You know, we have all these big signs that we hook up there that, you know, so, you know, with change comes things, but.
Absolutely,
You know.
absolutely. Find another use for your hooks.
Right, right.
And again, thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, thanks, Bob. Jack, did you want to share a couple thoughts? And, if you want to, you might as well, you want to come to the table, is it more comfortable?
I'd prefer to stand here if I may.
Sure.
I just have to be honest with you, a couple of thoughts, no. If I could tell you what my heart tells me to do, wants me to do, I mean, my life stopped on January 8th, sitting at this table, when I heard the proposal for that sign. So I wanted to do a brief background on history that brought us up to this point. But I also want to get into this presentation of how this presentation came to be about electronic signs, the damage that was done to this community.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
All right, I
Think
just,
so.
this year is the 250th anniversary of the Meeting House on the Common. Now, how appropriate. 250 years ago, the people wanted to be a town. They had to have a meeting house, they had to have some land. People gave the land. People stopped what they were doing. They built the meeting house with their own hands. And this is the type of community involvement we've had in Foxborough since that time. This is a sense of community that makes us so unique. 1822, the brick meeting house down, brick church built, also in that general area of the common. Other churches built up around the common, other things, but the brick church comes down because Bethany built in 1854 on Rock Hill Street. So now you have this void in the middle of town with nothing in it. Citizens still trying to make it look better. It's often called an unlovely area. 1857, a private group came forward, Sylvanian Association, the same year that the grand townhouse was built on this site. Those citizens said to the town, we will lay out a common for you. We will design it, we will do it, we will pay for it. And the town said yes. And that group of citizens raised the money and laid out what we see up there today as our common. One of the greatest community efforts you could ever imagine. 1868, first war memorial, Memorial Hall, recognizing Revolutionary War, War of 1812, and Civil War. 1907, town very upset with all the people that had posted messages around the common. They put up 2 bulletin boards that people might use for that purpose. It worked for a while. 1918, World War I tablet on the traffic island across from Memorial Hall. 1928, our centennial, 1928 sesquicentennial, 150 years. 2 signs put up on the common. Foxborough, 1 on each end. It became the most familiar sight in the town. So many servicemen would write back to the War Service Committee saying, once I see those signs, I'll know the war is over. I'm back home. 1944, World War II, still going on. They started the World War II tablet on the common while the war was still going. Temporary name tags, but they built and named as they went along. 68, Firefighters Memorial, town common fallen into disrepair. 1971, Al Truax came to me as editor and wanted support to go to taxpayers and get money to get a patent for the fence and things like that. The metal was brittle, they couldn't repair it, they needed to make new sections. But no, you can't go to the taxpayers. This is a citizens project. We go back to what they did in 1763, have the citizens come forward and do it. That story broke in the paper on a Thursday morning, and when the bank opened, people were lined up on the sidewalk waiting to make a deposit. They paid for that. As it turned out, Archie Hanna made us a fence, so we put up the replicas of the lanterns. And lo and behold, those temporary name tags were still on the World War II tablet. We made it in bronze. And nothing had been done for Vietnam yet, so we put a tablet for each of the Vietnam dead on the center lanterns through the common. Bicentennial, the ORO signs became UGH. 1984, Korean veterans, Korean and Vietnam Memorial, Lebanon, Grenada, Panama, Persian Gulf, and the World War I tablet was moved to the common. Now comes 1966, a proposal from a group of people that had a history in town of helping the citizens. There wasn't a kid in town at that time who had not had free eye exams all growing up, courtesy of the Foxborough Lions Club. One of the best things they ever did, in my opinion, they bought several tandem bicycles and gave to the Institution for the Blind. So for the first time in the life of those kids, with a sighted volunteer on the front, those kids could feel the exhilaration of getting on a bike and pedaling off in the afternoon and have the breeze hitting them in the face. Foxborough Lions Club did that. But they come with a offer to help solve a community problem, that of posting signs all over the fence on the common. At that time, there was not advance notice of propositions like that. They came to the Selectmen on a Tuesday night, they looked at it, sounded good, they approve it. I believe in my heart, and I know for a fact, that if there had been more discussion, the message board proposal would have taken a different shape, would have done something different. But the town voted it, and it became fact. I did lament the loss of the Foxborough signs, so my wife and I were finally given permission to restore one and bring it back to the common. But it was just a difficult time because of the process. So that's when I wrote a policy that the then Selectmen accepted to say, when a proposition comes in affecting the common, let's wait on it, refer it to Historical Commission, let them ask all the questions, vet the yays, nays, whatever, pros and cons about the project, just bring it back for the Selectmen to have more information to base their decision on. That was accepted and it's in place. So in the meantime, of course, we continued on. We were able to get the antique streetlights around the common. We were able to achieve our greatest goal, illuminating those memorials at night. This to me, was the epitome. We also illuminated Memorial Hall, which, again, is a war memorial. That was very complicated. Dozens of different types of lights were brought to the site to test. And Ed Noonan and Dave Lila Birdie of Tree and Park worked with us endlessly, spending many, many, many hours to make the decisions that we did. But unfortunately, we come to 2013 with a proposal to change the manual message boards on the common to illuminated electric signs. The signs were showing their age, and true to their commitment, the Lions Club moved forward, contacted the DPW to see how they would proceed with repairs. Now, the DPW came back immediately with a recommendation to go electronic. The very, very first question asked by the Lions Club when they heard that was asking if I had seen the proposal. This was based on their awareness of my history of working with decisions on the common. They were told that I had reviewed the proposal and signed off on it. Now, unfortunately, that message was then conveyed to Selectmen, so everybody considering this project was of the opinion that it had been signed off on historically, and that obviously tempered some of the decision. Now, our common is a very, very busy place. We come there to play, to pray, for concerts, for celebrations, centennial, sesquicentennial, bicentennial, and how can you run for public office in Foxborough without standing out there with a sign? But on that common, we also recognize those who have answered our nation's call. Every single time our nation called, Foxborough had somebody there. And the first three conflicts are recognized in Memorial Hall, everything else on the common. Now, we also honor there our firefighters, particularly 3 who died in the fire of the townhouse, plus 3 others who died on duty. We honor all of our police officers, and particularly Officer Petty, who died in the line of duty. So these memorials make this sacred ground. It's not prohibitive ground. It's always cause for celebration under certain circumstances. But we are there with these memorials illuminated with that faint blush of light at night. Now, people frequent that common frequently in pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is a right secured for the public by those who are honored at that common. We have promised we would never forget, but remembering without respect is hollow. To invade the sanctity of the common with colored lights on a message board would be an affront not only to each and every veteran, but to the firefighters and police officers and their families. Any illumination even approaching anything we saw in that demonstration last week would be an unending carnival, negatively impacting not only the common, but the entire center of town. The colored lights are changing messages that were talked about, anything that focuses more attention on signs in an intersection that is already identified by a flashing light 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, imposed by the state, is inviting disaster. It is just plain common sense that your life would be endangered. Now, that being said about the message boards, the dedicated Lions Club members, they have been subjected to a continual barrage of criticism because people believe they advanced illuminated signs for the common. I have this in emails. I have it in voicemails. I have it everywhere I meet people. The Lions Club did us wrong when they did not. All they're trying to do is do what's right. They promised they'd maintain. They came forward to do it. So where do we go from here? We cannot allow in any manner, shape, or form any type of illuminated signage there. It is strictly not fitting, and it's not part of who we are. But here we are now in a situation, the message boards themselves need the work. We know it's labor intensive, but even that can be satisfied. If we recognize the fact that maybe down the road, with today's technology, it's a changing society, maybe something different would evolve. But we are in no position to make another knee-jerk reaction decision in the midst of all the angst that is involved over this. If we could get the Lions Club to perhaps project ahead for a while, maybe working with Southeast Regional students to do the work. Take town employees out of the mix. Let senior citizens working on the tax program change the signs on a Monday morning, but keep the signs to the same Monday schedule like they have been for decades. But the signs are right now part of community life. If you're involved in a good project, what do? The first thing you do is you reserve your time on the message board, you contact cable, you contact the newspaper, and you're going to be all set with publicity. So we, I think, need to, number one, make sure that a proposal like this with the illuminated signs in such a sensitive area never, ever comes before the people of Foxborough again. It is so totally, obviously, not for us. So get the sign repaired, get some senior citizen changing, buy us some time, and then we can make a decision about the future. But I realize this is awfully long, but God, it's the only way that I could feel that I have served my town by bringing this into historical context. So I thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Before we go into the board discussion, is there anyone in the audience that wanted to add? Okay, open up for board discussion.
I think Jack summed everything up. I, so appreciate everything that the Lions do. My heart is the same as yours. Obviously, led down a path, and you put a lot of work into that, Bob, and I'm grateful for all the work that you did do. But I think you're still the chairman of the project, and I think the project still needs some work. That's all.
Which it will.
Yeah, and I was really grateful to hear that you're more than willing to go down the repair side of things.
That's why I wanted to say that before any vote was taken, so that we will continue to support it. We're not going to walk on and say, gee,
Right.
we didn't get what we wanted,
Right.
because
Yeah.
that's not the case.
Right.
Definitely.
Thank you, Bob.
I got to say, obviously, full agreement with Jack. I'm hard pressed to vote against the Lions. I'm going to ask would you consider withdrawing the application and we just move on?
Would you rather us do that? That's fine with me.
Yeah. Is that okay with the board?
Yes.
They don't need our approval just to do repairs, correct?
Yeah.
Not to do repairs, but to put the electric sign in. I'd rather have it withdrawn. I think everyone's learned a little bit from this, and
And then
That's
you
fine.
just,
Yeah.
you do
I have no
your,
objections to it.
you
It's
just
up to
do
you.
your research and let us know how much and what your plans are and
Well,
and
we
that kind of
will
thing.
maintain it as we said, and we're not gonna come back to the community and ask them for any financial support to do it.
Right.
What we'll do is, if we have to do it in stages, to
Mhm.
bring it back to what it originally was, we will do that.
Right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
hopefully we can
Your
just go ahead and
project
just
plans,
do that
yep.
without coming back in front of you.
That makes sense.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Jim,
Appreciate
I have
it.
a question. I just want to be sure. As long as we restore what's presently there, everybody's pretty much in agreement with that, correct?
If it's a restoration.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I just don't want to delay it. I just like to.
Sure.
With the caution,
let us
Kevin, that if it's
get
a
on.
restoration, I mean, I'd still want to bring Jack in to have him look at it, and
Yeah.
just to be cognizant, there is a letter from the Historic Commission with other thoughts as well.
Yeah, I'm
So-
going to review
I
those.
just want the board to know, when we're done repairing it, you won't know that anything was basically done because it's gonna look like it originally
Yeah.
was. We're not gonna reconstruct it, change the design, or anything like that. The sheet metal that's there will stay in place, All right, what we'll do is find out how we can paint it and what we can do to it and what we can't do to it. And like I said, we'll change the plexiglass, change the white background, we'll put the red stripe in between. And if they need more letters to put into the sign, like we've done in the past, we'll support that and we'll get the letters, we'll pay for them.
Okay. And I don't know, did you see the letter from the
Did you get-
Historic Commission?
Did you
I
get a
did not
copy of
get any
it?
information
Okay.
at all.
Yeah, because they have other thoughts.
Yeah.
I won't go into them, but you read the letter, and it's probably worth meeting with them and listening to what they have to say. Great.
Jim, if I
Thank you very
could?
much.
Thanks,
Oh.
Dick.
And once again, this is why we have the Board of Selectmen controlling the Common. It's under the board's control. That's why anything that comes in front for the Common should be come in front of the board, so the town can have the right to know what's going on also. Yeah, any function up there is supposed to be approved by the board, anything else. And that way, it's publicly notified in the board. It's always been an action item. You know, people have been married there, everything else, on New Year's
Right.
Eve.
But it has changed, Mark. It has, when we first, Andy used to bring that, I think, just as a courtesy to us.
Right.
But, Kevin has kind of taken that off of our plate, made decisions, for things that were coming up, unless it was something that he thought publicly should be shared. But, so I think, again, it's going to come back to the, revisiting the Town Manager Act, if you want to make that part of our responsibility and take it back off of the town managers, correct?
Right. Well, it's under the authority of the selectmen. That's why I think it should stay there.
I think the forms, it was something that happened last summer. There was an event, and it ended up being a lot larger than what a 3-line piece of paper said it would. So we revamped the application that we asked about porta potties and electricity and traffic and numbers of people. That form changed, but that still comes back in front of the selectmen. I
No, it
believe.
doesn't. No. Let me help you out here. Linda's absolutely correct. The Manager Act is quite explicit. All town property is managed and controlled by the town manager. You don't sign any permits for the Common. The only reason this issue is in front of you is because I insisted it be put in front of you. That's not due to any other thing other than my instinct said a Common is a sacred place for every community. An issue like this needed to be in front of the board so that you, as the representative of the people, could determine if this is the appropriate kind of a change or not. That's the only reason it's here. What you may be confusing, Jim, is that street applications, closing streets, parades, things like that, by Massachusetts statute come before boards of selectmen. But petitions for use of town property go to the town manager.
The town
That's-
doesn't own the Common.
Yes, it does.
I thought that was donated to, we'd have to do some research on this. I thought that the town.
A lot of things get donated to the town.
Right, but it says, I've been many years here now, and it always, and things like you said, it was always under the control and the purview of the Board of Selectmen, nobody else, and everything had to be approved by it. So if there's something in writing that says no, I like to
It's
see
in
it.
the act. It is in,
It is in the act?
it's in,
the
but
Board of-
Andy chose to give everything to us, but,
Right.
there's been things that Kevin just signs off on, whether it's, the concerts on the Common, he will bring those to us just basically as a courtesy, I suppose.
If it's a
Um,
big special event or it's involving the street, like that one did involve the street because of crossing, and I'll bring that to the board. But we get these constantly. We get probably 2 or 3 a week, and, I approve them. But the only thing that I think the board, I don't think the board would want to have the responsibility to have to approve these, because you'd just be bombarded with them. But there might be particular locations that you want. That's up to you guys. I live in New England too, so, we all know town commons are sacred. And so that's the property of the people in a very special way. And so a dramatic change like this needed to come to the board and be talked about in the public forum, and that's why it came to you.
Well, the other thing that, it's good for publicity for the fundraiser that it comes in front of the board, because actually people do watch it. So, I mean, and from Frank usually hears it as an action item and says, don't forget, we got the, McGinty Fun Day on the Common, so it's a good way of getting it out there too, so that's why I like to hear about it. Okay, thanks.
All right. Kevin, let's talk after that, and if it, maybe we'll put it on a quick agenda item to discuss what we do want to have come in front of us. I mean, obviously, if, because I was told the same thing, that this had already gone through a process with the lights. And I think if it came in front of the board early on, this wouldn't have gone 2 and 3 months into it. Okay. Next item, we have Mr. Lopes, the superintendent for the Southeastern Regional School. Welcome back.
Mr. Lopes couldn't make it tonight. I'm with Morris, school business manager.
Great.
Can I just start by saying, I'd like to reach out to the Lions Club. If there's anything the school can do to help out, we'd be more than happy to.
Funny you mentioned that, because someone did
Yeah, I know.
suggest
I'd
it.
say that, so.
That would be a good metal shop.
So definitely, if there's anything we can do, please.
How's the masonry crew?
No longer there.
Oh, great.
Please let us know if
Yeah.
there's something we can do. We'd be more than happy to help
Yeah,
out.
no, and I wasn't being facetious. It is a request, because some people had brought it to my attention that if it's a school project, like the regional school, and they have metal shop and glass and brick and mortar, that they could take that on as a class project where it's not off the Home Depot shelf that you buy something.
Exactly, and there's great experience for the kids as well at the same time,
Okay.
and to give back to their communities.
Yeah. Do you have Jack's contact
I
information?
don't, but I can leave him mine if you like.
Yeah.
Or leave.
I'll work it out. I'll make
Yeah,
sure
perfect.
you guys connect.
Definitely.
And that wasn't strong arming.
No, not at all. Is that why you invited us?
Yeah. No, that's just why we put
No,
you
I-
on after them.
Yeah, the $1 million roof is no big deal. I'm all done with
That's
that.
an afterthought.
Okay, so in our packet, we do have a letter describing the change, the $1 million change,
Correct,
and the reason
1.2
for it.
million.
1.2
correct,
million.
For the roof project.
Yep.
And again, I'm just here to reassure the communities, again, there's no additional assessment to the communities for this. We put our thought into it, and we have a financing plan in place for a short-term ban for 1 year. And we have the funds, again, in place to pay for that. So again, there'd be no additional cost to the
So the MSBA gave a certain amount of dollars to the school,
We get 80% reimbursement.
okay, and then 20% is split up
On the
between all the
school.
schools. And then you took the roof out of it because you didn't want to have a charge to the
We
towns,
didn't
and then
to
put
be
it
honest,
back
with you, at the
in?
beginning of the project, we didn't have the money to pay for the roof.
Yep,
Some other bids came in higher than expected, so we had to make a decision, and we took the roof out of the project.
okay.
Since then, though, we were dedicated to getting the roof as part of the project, and we've done different, we've researched different avenues and different ways we could do this, and we've come into a place where we have the money now available, and we'd be able to do the project. So we went back to the MSBA, explained that situation, and they've been more than happy to put the roof back into the scope of the project now.
Okay.
And we're gonna go out to bond 1.2 million, short-term ban for 1 year.
So the charge to the Foxborough is, is this significant enough to put on the annual town meeting as a warrant article, and the language is in here if we wanted to do it, or we have the ability to sign off on it and not go through that, is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the regional school is really well known for doing some amazing things, and this is another one. What they've done is they've taken $1 million cost, and instead of putting that on the backs of the member communities, they very cleverly used their own, made essentially an internal loan for a short term, and then used the proceeds from the solar project on the roof, from the reimbursement they're going to give, which is a very unusual and excellent way to do it, by requiring the solar panel installer to make a big upfront payment that's going to cover almost all of this. So the net cost of the district is very small, and that'll come out of E&D funding. So this is yet another example of the regional vocational school just hitting it out of the park, doing a great job. Recommend to the board you take the simplest thing and simply vote, and there's a form on the back that you authorize the chair to sign, saying that the town has voted to take no action. In other words, what you're doing is you're making a decision not to call a special town meeting for the purpose of considering this. You think about it, if you call the special town meeting, there really isn't anything to consider, frankly. So, but this is a formality that you do in order to give them a sufficient number of votes from the members so they can go forward expeditiously.
Okay. So with that, it's letter, and I assume I would sign it. It says, "Dear Mr. Lopes, please be informed that the Foxborough community has been properly notified of the time, amount, and purpose of the Southeastern Regional School District School Committee's funding vote for additional costs of renovating and expanding the district high school, and has chosen to take no action," and I would sign that. So,
So,
Do we need a formal vote of the board?
yeah.
you do.
Motion to approve Jim DeVellis to sign the letter addressing the Southeastern Regional School District that we have chosen to take no action.
Okay, motion made, seconded.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
All right,
Aye.
Motion
Want to
carries
sign?
5-0.
you need it right now?
If you have it, I'll take it.
No, we'll
Well, no,
need to
I'll-
get that on
Has to be on
letterhead.
letterhead.
It's gotta go on our letterhead, and she's gotta put it in the file.
It'll be in the mail tomorrow.
I appreciate it very much.
Very good.
All right, thank you very much.
So your name for the record again?
Mark Morris.
Mark Morris. Great, thank you, Mark.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you.
it.
Have a good night.
Okay. The next item we have is the craft organization members.
Sharon Watson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sharon, is she here? This is the Community Transportation Technical Assistance Program grant for the Foxborough Commission on Disability. And in our packet, there was a letter where Sharon describes the process.
For the record, my name is Sharon Wasson. I'm the town planner.
Susan Collins, 10 Arnold Drive, and I'm the chairperson of the Commission on Disability.
Most of you know that Mr. Casbera, in addition to all the other hats he wears, performs a number of staff activities for the Commission on Disabilities. And Bill's been kind enough to invite me to a number of their meetings. I attended in November, the same day I received a newsletter from the Boston MPO saying that there were technical assistance available to communities. So we talked to the commission about what they might like to learn about or what we could possibly apply for that might further their goals. And we discussed very briefly the other item that I brought to their attention, which was the parking study. And the consultant from MAPC noted that almost all the parking spaces that were labeled handicap parking downtown are not handicapped accessible. So we thought it would be interesting to learn what is truly handicapped accessible, what isn't, what is a handicapped accessible crosswalk and crossing, how wide does the sidewalk have to be, how much can there be in the sidewalk before it ceases to be accessible. So we asked for a walk audit and training. Our intention is to invite town officials, townspeople. I'd love to get some of the students from the high school that were involved in the master plan, who are very interested in walking around town, involved in learning about how to read the streets and figure out where the problems are. So Susan, you want to add anything?
No, whatever we can do for Foxborough to make it accessible to all of our citizens, people with disabilities. And it's just, some people on the committee and have stated that they're so frustrated that some of the van striping are on the wrong side of the road, are on the wrong side of the parking spot, so that people go in there and then maybe they could get in, but now they can't get back into their vehicle. So this will be wonderful that Sharon, gave the energy to find this grant for the town to make it better.
Thank you.
So look forward to getting your invitation, and if you can join us, we'd be delighted to have you come. Thank you.
Can I just ask one question? Because
Yes,
I've
sir.
been involved in a couple projects on the PWED where we've gone into towns to upgrade facilities, and they're costly. And I'm not saying this because we don't want to do it, but just about every New England town has handicapped accessibility, MAB or ADA issues.
Right.
And if you do a study and you go around and you say, these are all the issues, eventually there's going to be a price tag to fix them. And I'm
Right.
saying that, everyone wants to go in that direction, but it's unaffordable to most towns once it's on the block or if there's complaints. This study would come up with a document that said we've gone through X, Y, and Z areas, and these are
This study would
non-compliant
train
issues.
the commission, town officials, and interested citizens how to evaluate in the field whether something was accessible or not. Whether the commission then takes that knowledge and produces a report, as you have indicated, detailing with all the specific problems. I don't know if that's the next step they'll want to get into.
If I may, it's more in the nature of helping us to be more sensitized to these issues and trained so that we don't make mistakes in the future, rather than do what you're suggesting.
remedial.
Is sometimes happens, requires remedial action that we can't afford to do. So this is much more prospective, forward-looking, and I really applaud Sharon, who's found us yet another grant. I think this is the fourth one now, and the Disabilities Commission for, working with Sharon to partner on this, because the result is going to be really increased awareness. We made a terrible mistake up around the Common where we painted handicapped accessibility spaces that are actually a hazard to people who try to use them. And it wasn't because anybody intentionally did that, obviously, it's because they didn't understand. So now, hopefully, we won't make those mistakes in the future. So this, hopefully will be a good education for us.
Thank you, Mr. Pecos.
Okay,
And thank you again.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Sharon. Thank you, Susan. Okay. If we, the next item is we have the craft organization. No, she's just applying for it.
Okay.
So if you wanted to come to the table. And then let me just give a couple people had asked why this item is on the agenda, and what the purpose is. And just before we introduce, I had asked for the craft organization to come. This is based on a couple meetings that we've had leading up to this. And some of the basic questions where it's the craft organization is one of the larger developments in town. Where are we right now with full build-out? How are the numbers working out from what we projected, from either revenue, all those things? What's any issues with public safety, and is that being addressed right? How can we help each other? And in the future, what do you see as trends? There's a good mix of retail and restaurants. In the future, 1, 5, 10 years, are we going in the same direction? Are you, I say we, but are you looking to continue what you're doing, or is there going to be a phase 2? Or, and I think the overall thought is if we could better understand the next step on both of us, how we could understand it better and maybe help each other. I think it's just a much easier process. So with that said, if you wanted to just introduce yourself and take it from there.
Sure. Dan Murphy with the Craft Group.
Brian Early, the Patriot Place, the Craft Group.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us, Jim. When I was here, I think it was October, the end of October, we talked about, among other things, having some better lines of communication between the stadium and the town, and vice versa. And we talked in particular at the time about having some proactive dialogue with this board and with the various applicable boards, depending upon the topic, so to avoid surprises down the road. And I think that's, to that end, that's why we're here tonight, to talk about a perception about Patriot Place, and hopefully to clarify that. When Patriot Place, or it's actually their tenants were here before this board the last 2 times, I think it was for the Saga transfer and also the Trader Joe's transfer. There was a lot of comments and a constant message from both series of public meetings about a feeling that there's too many liquor licenses at Patriot Place in that concentrated area. It's a burden on the public safety personnel. And we took those comments very seriously. We researched them independently as well as externally with the police department. And what we found out, and hope we'll present tonight, is that although there is a perception, it's not the reality up there at all. And in tonight's very objective presentation, you'll see that you'll see a picture that hopefully will bridge that gap between perception and reality. The presentation tonight that Brian will go through is solely Patriot Place. So whether you see revenue generation or jobs or community outreach or operation protocol, all of that relates just to the entity of Patriot Place, not the stadium and not the stadium events at all. In the presentation tonight, we're not here to ask for anything, not asking for liquor licenses or changes at all. We're just here, again, in the spirit of having better communication and hopefully shedding some light on that perception. So Brian is the GM of Patriot Place. He has a presentation I can pass out. It's about 12 slides, and
sure.
Certainly up to you if you feel compelled to ask any questions during it. Go right ahead. Might flow more efficiently if Brian can get through the presentation and we can take any comments or questions, but it's up to you. Thank you.
And we have it on the agenda for about 45 minutes, and this is something, if it's got to go longer, I don't mind it going longer, but what do you think your presentation is, 10 minutes, half an hour?
I'd say it's about 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay.
I move quickly through the presentation, and then we can go from there.
Yep, that's fine.
I'm going to move over to the...
And I didn't say that to say move quickly, I just wanted
I
to
will-
gauge it to the other things that are on, that's all.
I will move quickly through it so we can get to the, any questions you may have.
And Frank from Cable Access, can you pick that, project the PowerPoint up okay, with the lights on?
Yeah.
Thanks.
The thumbs up.
Again, I'm Brian Early with General Manager of Patriot Place. As Dan mentioned, during recent meetings before the board, specifically the liquor license hearings for Trader Joe's and Saga Hibachi, there was significant commentary that came from the board on the appearance of increased police activity and general concerns about public safety at Patriot Place. What I'd like to do tonight is hopefully provide some perspective on Patriot Place in terms of what we, the Kraft Group, and the town thought about the development prior to the start of construction in 2006. Specifically with regard to public safety impact, discuss where we are in the relation to those expectations, and touch on the contribution this unique shopping, dining, and entertainment center makes to the town of Foxborough, as well as surrounding communities that Patriot Place touches. I want to set expectations that the focus of this discussion will be on public safety and financial contribution from Patriot Place. Since I'll be referring to it frequently throughout my presentation, I want to ensure that all members of the board and the public are familiar with a document known as the Koff Report. The report, prepared by Larry Koff and Associates, is a fiscal impact analysis for the Patriot Place development commissioned by the Foxborough Board of Selectmen back in 2006. The Koff Report was presented to the board in February 2007, and it provided detailed analysis and projections for public safety impacts, cost projections, revenue projections, as well as indirect and secondary impacts to the town that would result from the initial build-out and full build-out of Patriot Place. The Board of Selectmen at that time commissioned this study due to concerns they had with cost estimates for the town's services as presented by the Kraft Group during the approval process for Patriot Place. The report was very specific in terms of the town's staffing level requirements for both police and fire to handle public safety impacts as Patriot Place approached and ultimately reached full build-out. Ultimately, the Koff report served as a basis for an initial payment of $1.4 million from the Kraft Group to the town of Foxborough during 2007 and 2008, which allowed the town to ramp up both services and staffing in these key service areas to prepare for this development. And additionally, a $140,000 annual supplemental assessment to offset public safety costs at Patriot Place each year going forward for 10 years. Patriot Place has made 4 such supplemental payments since 2009. There are 6 remaining annual payments to be made to the town under this commitment, totaling an additional $840,000. At this point, I would like to point out that the full text of the Koff report will be available at Patriot Place website, and in fact, my entire presentation deck will be available at the Patriot Place website at the conclusion of my presentation. Again, there was much discussion about in the various public forums we've had about Patriot Place recently, about the impact liquor licenses have had at Patriot Place. So I'd like to review the current status of license establishment at Patriot Place. Currently, we have 14 liquor license businesses at Patriot Place, representing a broad range of shopping, dining, and entertainment uses, including family-friendly restaurants like Red Robin, Studio 3 at the Cinema Deluxe, CBS Scene, the Olive Garden, and the Bluefin at Bass Pro Shops. Saga Hibachi Steakhouse will be another exciting addition to this category when it opens later in the summer. We also have a number of full-service and high-end dining restaurants. all of which are listed here, including Davio's, Skipjack's, Tavolino, and our ultra local-owned tastings, the Wine Bar and Bistro. Rounding out this list include the Renaissance Hotel and Spa, Showcase Live, and of course, the specialty grocer Trader Joe's. Patriot Place has worked extremely hard to provide the most unique offerings of dining and entertainment options to the millions of guests who see us as the most distinct dining district in this area. All of these businesses are thriving through the very hard work of owners and operators, many of whom are in attendance here tonight. To focus a little bit more on the issues of public safety and the impact Patriot Place has on both town police and fire resources, I want to first discuss the total number of Patriot Place specific calls that involved police responses during 2012. Based on a 12-month site analysis provided by Chief O'Leary, Patriot Place experienced a total of 895 police-related calls from July 1st, 2011 through June 30th, 2012, the town's fiscal year. Of these calls, 251, or less than 30%, resulted in either a custody or arrest. The remainder of calls represented a variety of standard responses such as fire and burglar alarm calls, motor vehicle accidents, etc. The total calls to Patriot Place may be further adjusted down depending on additional analysis that we will work with the chief regarding stadium event day activity, medical calls, and calls handled by on-site paid details. But for the purpose of this presentation, we will use the more conservative number of 895 police-related calls. As I mentioned earlier, the town's 2007 impact analysis by the COF Group provided a projection for the number of police and fire-related incidents the town could expect from Patriot Place once at full build-out. According to the COF report, which included peer analysis at both Rentham Outlets and Emerald Square Mall, and input from Chief O'Leary, police-related incidents at Patriot Place were projected to amount to 1,200 calls per year. For fiscal year that we analyzed, Patriot Place experienced 895 calls. Such calls, which represent less than 75% of the incidents projected by the Town Commission's COF report. We recognize the chief may have different reporting measures, and if asked for a total number of calls, Patriot Place, the number may vary, but we are confident that any measure Patriot Place is well below the town's own projection for police-related calls. Several restaurants at Patriot Place also employ police details on weekends and busy nights. These details are paid in full by the individual restaurants. Patriot Place has coordinated with Chief O'Leary for an additional paid on-site walking detail each weekend night and during special dates where restaurant traffic typically increases. Together with the Patriot Place paid detail, an additional $350,000 is spent annually on added police details at Patriot Place, which are at no cost burden to the taxpayers. This is on top of the $140,000 that Patriot Place pays as a supplemental assessment for public safety as required from the projections of the 2007 COF report. It's also safe to assume that a percentage of the 895 police-related calls receive response from the paid police details who are already on site, further reducing the fiscal impact on taxpayers from public safety calls at Patriot Place. Now, to put these numbers in perspective, when we look at the total guest count for all the restaurants visited during 2012 at Patriot Place, which is approximately 1.8 million guest visits, the number of police-related calls represents only 0.05% of the total guest visits to Patriot Place restaurants. In other words, for development of Patriot Place size and the significant food and beverage business our tenants generate, there are significantly smaller public safety incidents relative to what other developments of this size are experiencing. With respect to fire and EMS activity, again, the COF report in 2007 projected a 13% increase in fire rescue-related calls to Patriot Place, or approximately 365 calls per year, or about one per day. For all of fiscal 2012, Patriot Place experienced 222 such fire rescue calls, or just 60% of the number projected at full build-out by the COF report. Most, if not all, of these medical calls came from the health care center and are fully reimbursable to the town from the transported patient at $900 per transport. It's also important to note that the fire call number is based on Patriot Place incident reports for fire and rescue activity during the period, and that we have yet to receive a fiscal year-end report from Foxborough Fire Chief Roger Hatfield. Of the total police-related calls in 2012, we have to acknowledge that some number of those were related to the service of alcohol at licensed establishments at Patriot Place. While the exact number cannot be gleaned from the chief's report, my team and I have worked vigorously with the restaurant operators to eliminate any incidents that are related to over-service or underage service of alcohol. To that end, this slide outlines some of the programs we, as landlord, employ with all of our restaurants to ensure that the safe and responsible service of alcohol is front and center when it comes to the operation of each and every venue. Patriot Place provides on-site team coalition certification training. TEAM is the technique for effective alcohol management. This program is something that we embrace both at Gillette Stadium and throughout Patriot Place, as it goes far and beyond the basic and standard of Serve Safe or TIPS training required by the state of Massachusetts. We also provide professional security support for all licensed venues 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We sponsor annual awareness seminars and campaigns on the safe service of alcohol, working together with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Chief O'Leary, and the police chiefs of all the surrounding communities. Patriot Place is the only shopping center to implement the center-wide Be a Hero, Be a Designated Driver program that began at Gillette Stadium a couple of years ago. As I mentioned earlier, despite what are relatively small numbers of alcohol-related incidents at Patriot Place, for a development of its size, we are not resting on our laurels. We are continuously working with our restaurants on programs to ensure the safe service of alcohol. Currently, we are reviewing the following programs, which may be implemented in the very near future. We are interviewing an alcohol service consultant to help us provide comprehensive training on a regular basis, which will be mandatory for all license holders and their staffs. We are working on establishing a council or forum of license holders at Patriot Place where ideas and solutions for safe service of alcohol will be shared among licensees in a peer group environment, as well as sharing with community alcohol service enforcement officials, including the ABCC. Recently, on New Year's Eve, we piloted a Safe Ride Home program where we made available car service for any guest at any restaurant provided a free safe ride home. That evening, we had 14 guests take advantage of this program. To me, that was 14 drivers who we assisted to make a sound decision not to be on the roadways that evening. And recently, I sent a letter to Mr. Ted Mahoney, who's the chief investigator for the Massachusetts Alcohol Beverage Control Commission. In the letter, I was outlining the various programs that Patriot Place, as landlord, is working with our restaurants on with regards to safe service of alcohol. I wanted both Mr. Mahoney's opinion and support for our tenant programs. In a follow-up conversation with Mr. Mahoney, I asked him directly if he had any knowledge of shopping center landlords throughout the Commonwealth who have implemented programs to provide support for the safe service of alcohol. He clearly told me that no retail development has ever taken such steps. Moving on to the financial benefit that Patriot Place provides to the town, I want to briefly touch here on the fact that there are two reasons. First, when the town officials and Foxborough residents chose to approve the development of Patriot Place, it was an economic development initiative. The goal was for a development that would generate enough revenue to both offset any impact on services and generate incremental revenue for the town. Again, referencing the fiscal impact from the 2007 COF report, Patriot Place's direct revenue to the town for the fiscal year ending 2012 is 50% above the revenue projections of the COF report in 2007 at full build-out. Our revenue benefits to the town are well ahead of projections despite Patriot Place not being fully leased. It's important to note that Patriot Place is exceeding revenue projections and commitments to the town despite having opened the center in the worst retail leasing environment and worst economic downturn in decades. The town is receiving significantly more revenues than projected, while Patriot Place is experiencing current market rents that are far below original projections for the project in 2006 and 2007. Also note that the revenue numbers that I'm about to show you in these slides are generated only by Patriot Place and its tenants. It does not contain any revenue from Gillette Stadium, the New England Patriots, Revolution, or other stadium events. When we break down the sources of revenue, the slide clearly indicates that most of the town's revenue comes from Patriot Place comes in the form of roughly $2 million in real estate taxes annually. This is shown in the green bar on this chart. The next largest revenue source for the town is the hotel occupancy tax generated by the Renaissance Hotel and Spa, which has seen occupancy levels far exceeding their plans. This is seen in the blue bar. The third largest source of revenue for Foxborough is the restaurant meals tax paid directly to the town, here shown in purple. In 2012, this represented $325,000 in revenue. And as I previously mentioned, the annual supplemental assessment for public safety represents another $140,000 in revenue paid directly by Patriot Place to the town of Foxborough. This is represented by the orange bar. It's important to note that 2 of the 3 largest streams for the town in terms of revenue, hotel occupancy and meals tax, are very much aligned with Patriot Place's existing growth opportunities with regards to future development as it relates to the current leasing environment and retail developments. This next chart shows the combined revenues from the previous chart and demonstrated that by 2010, Patriot Place has contributed revenue to the town that exceeded those projected by the COF report for full build-out. By 2012, net revenues exceeded original projections by 50%, and we are looking to grow that number by attracting new businesses to Patriot Place. As I described at the beginning of the presentation, I would be focusing on public safety impacts and revenue, which I just contrasted those relatively low numbers of the fiscal and impact of public safety with the high number of revenue for the town. But I want to make sure that we don't leave the impression that Patriot Place is a dining and entertainment destination exclusively. The impact of Patriot Place is felt in many other areas of Foxborough and many other communities positively impacted by this development. In terms of employment, Patriot Place has created thousands of jobs during one of the most challenging unemployment periods in our history. To date, we've created over 3,000 retail and hospitality jobs. Local Foxborough businesses are provided preferential consideration as contractors and vendors working with Patriot Place. And we can honestly say without question that the businesses at Patriot Place collectively are the largest employers of Foxborough High School students in the town. In terms of health care, we brought world-class health care to Foxborough with the Brigham and Women's Mass General Health Care Center. From day surgery to primary care and urgent care, this medical center has made a significant impact on both socially and medically to the communities that they serve. The Hall at Patriot Place has provided over 1,800 Foxborough students with free field trips since 2008. Local Boys and Girl Scout troops are provided free education and merit badge events at Bass Pro Shops at Patriot Place. Patriot Place schedules over 250 free family activities, festivals, clinics, and community-centric programs each and every year. Like the Hall, our art gallery, Bass Pro Shop, the Nature Trail in Cranberry Bog, the 14-screen movie theater, and ice skating rink offer a unique experience that can't be found anywhere else. As we said up front, the goal here was to put a little perspective on the reality gap versus the perception regarding Patriot Place, and most specifically public safety. I also want you and the residents of Foxborough to know that Patriot Place is succeeding despite the challenges we've seen with the retail and commercial real estate economy since we opened. We are proud that revenues paid to Foxborough are well ahead of projections, and we're equally proud of the success we've achieved as the region's premier destination for shopping, entertainment, and dining, with world-class health care, anchor retailers like Bass Pro Shop and Trader Joe's. I look forward to more exciting opportunities for both Patriot Place and the town of Foxborough in the future, and I also look forward to sharing this ongoing story with you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Nice job. Just so, early this morning I met with Brian and Dan in a group over at Craft, and I had asked Linda to come, and Kevin was there, and Chief O'Leary was there. and asked Linda to come just because I didn't have the institutional knowledge going back to 2006 and 2007 with the reports that were done and all the projections. And I think we spent probably almost 2 hours going over your numbers, asking the chief if things seemed like what you were saying is what he was experiencing. I thought it was a good meeting. At least it brought me up to speed with a lot of stuff that was discussed back in 2006 and 2007 and through the construction to where we are now. And I think it's nice to see a snapshot because, like I said today, when things come in front of us, we get a lot of input from residents, and it just puts it into a different perspective where I have the history. We can certainly open this up to anyone from the public, or do you want to talk? You guys want to talk question and answer? Anyone from the audience that would want to participate or ask any questions?
Let's get one question.
Sure. Yeah.
I just want to know why.
Mike.
Yeah, if you
Come up to the mic.
and where it's a public meeting, if you could just introduce yourself.
Tim McCarthy from 387 South Street. I just don't understand why the fire department's so close to the access road. They don't have a device they can beep right through and go right into the stadium instead of going all the way through to the traffic light and out.
Well, I'll allow Roger to comment on that because I believe he has that full access.
Chief Hatfield, we actually do have that access to the Opticom system. Sometimes it's depending on where the actual incident is that will determine either we're going to use that access or go one of the others. There was a flaw earlier on with the actual Opticom. We do think that's been fixed, and so that's pretty much the answer.
Police cruisers have the same access?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. I haven't seen them use it, that's why I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah. Hey, there's only one point. I quickly talked to Dan on this earlier as it came in. I have to check and see if our numbers match up. I know in 2010 it was like 168 calls that we had. I'd have to check with Captain Buckley that does all my analysis to verify that the numbers that they gave you were accurate. So I apologize I wasn't at that meeting this morning.
Okay, thanks. Discussion from the board? I'm sorry, is there anyone else that wanted to? Sure.
My name is Paul Flaherty. I'm the general manager of Davios. And I have been at Davios since the beginning. So when I got there weren't any streets yet, and I had a little shell of a building, and they kind of built it around me, and they haven't let me out since. But I have to tell you that when you think about the earlier discussion, where we were talking about the gentleman was so passionate about the town and about the public areas, and I have to tell you that these guys, the landlords, the craft group, are the best landlords I've ever had, because the first thing they ask is, well, what are we supposed to do? What are the rules? What does the town want us to do? What does the state want us to do? And as landlords, they're very diligent in making sure that all of these licensed premises are following the rules. And you don't see that a lot, because a lot of independent restaurants don't have that kind of support to make sure that you get everything in line and you do everything you're supposed to do. But more importantly than that, they always ask what's the right thing. And if you look at this presentation, there's always some kind of a fair. There's the Irish Festival, there's the Cranberry Festival. There's always something that has made this place a very public place for your town. I don't live in this town, but I see anywhere between, 15 and 3,000 people a week. And I tell you what, they are protected and they're safe because of what these guys do. So that's all I really came to say. Sorry, my remarks aren't prepared. I just
that's fine.
I
Yep.
thought it was good. All
All
right.
right, thank you, Paul. Yep, Bill.
Hi, I'm Bill Martin. I'm the owner of Tastings Wine Bar and Bistro at Patriot Place. I want to make a couple observations and then comment a little bit more about some additional kind of community outreach that goes on that people may not know about. First of all, I've never really understood where this antagonism towards Patriot Place has come from in the town. As you saw, the numbers are outrageous in terms of the financial support, the community interaction support, the events for children. I'll echo Paul's comments that, you know, Patriot Place are great landlords. They work with us. They're not pushovers. You know, crafts are in there. This is capitalism, so they are in it to make money. And there's give and take, though. Constructive interaction with us. They're very strict when it comes to enforcing the liquor laws. I think, you know, we hear more from Patriot Place Management than we do from the town or from the police department or the fire department about you need to be diligent. So, you know, rest assured that they're doing their job to make sure that we're doing our jobs. The other thing that I'd like to point out is that each and every restaurant, store, movie theater, what have you, have a wide variety of community events that just exponentially increase the attachment to the community. You know, we're, for instance, heavily involved with the YMCA, teaching kids how to grow food. You know, how you don't have to eat chicken McNuggets. You can get something out of the ground that tastes good. Our chef plants seeds with the kids. Kids come and work with us picking weeds. They harvest. They come back to the restaurant. They cook meals. That's all part of this Healthy Starts initiative with the Hockomock Y. You know, we donate thousands of dollars every year to various community organizations. So what you're seeing, you know, the Patriot Place does their part, but each of the restaurants within leverage on top of that. So there's a magnifying effect that goes far beyond the even pretty remarkable numbers that Brian presented. So I think it's important for the town to recognize that, you know, without the Patriot Place development, all these things aren't happening. And those things are either happening in other communities, and the economic benefit is going to other communities, or they're not happening at all. So that's all I wanted to interject.
Now, Bill, you and Patty were one of the first restaurants in there, and you were the only Foxborough
Paul and we were
independent
the first
still.
ones.
Yeah. So right now you're the only independent restaurant that's in there from pretty much day one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And what a ride.
Yeah, it's hard work, isn't it? Sure.
Chris Mitchell, 9 Spruce Street. I wasn't really going to say anything about this, but the more listening to people, my new job, I work for Homes for Our Troops. We use the Renaissance for our veterans conferences 4 times a year. We bring 8 to 10 disabled veterans. Actually, they're not disabled. They're severely injured, most of them wheelchair, double, triple amputees. And I was at the last veterans conference in January and talking to some of them after the fact. They couldn't talk enough about the whole experience being at Patriots Place as, you know, veterans that are in wheelchairs. Every single part of that establishment they could use. They spent a week there. They felt comfortable. I think it's just a great asset for the town. So.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else from the audience? Anyone from the board for discussion? Questions? I won't go in a circle, but if anyone wants to take the opportunity to ask questions.
No, I mean, it's facts are the facts. I mean, I think the income, obviously, the revenue to the town is obviously up on something, like you pointed out, on the meals tax and the hotel tax being implicated. Has it gone, what, 2 years now? Something I never supported, actually. I think that's a big reason why the income's up to the town's revenue. Obviously, it's almost, I think, $800,000 throughout the town, correct, this year, Kevin? So where do we go from here? That's pretty much what I'm waiting to hear. See where we going, how we're going forward from here.
Just a comment. I worked with all of the restaurant owners and also representatives from the craft organization on the liquor license regulations update, along with Chief O'Leary and Paul Durensis and Dave Brown. And I just want to say that the input from all of the business owners, I felt like the dialogue was really good. I appreciated their suggestions as we were trying to improve our regulations, and could see the commitment that they had to ensure that the management of alcohol service was really done as well as possible. So I just wanted to thank all of the business owners who participated in that, and also the craft organization for that. I think this was a really good very informative presentation. Again, I think our focus on public safety, it's number one on all of our lists. I think, it would be interesting to have more discussion on the topic, and, knowing our budgetary impact on our police force, for example, and, the types of budgetary requests that are being made. I think that's what leads to these types of discussions about the need for public safety due to the impact. While the numbers are, minuscule compared to the numbers of visitors who come to our town, that's a great accomplishment for all of the businesses who are able to provide safe alcohol service. And again, I think that needs to be recognized. We're very fortunate in that way. There are many other statistics that I think we need to take a look at also in terms of public safety in general, and just, as we work to support our public safety officials in handling that, because, it is certainly there, and something that I think needs to be addressed still. Thanks.
Jim, one more thing.
Sure.
I have to say, personally, I think the greatest asset in Patriots Place that I've had to use many times is the Brigham and Women's Facility. I think it's the biggest attribute to the town and surrounding communities there is, and I really appreciate that, and I mean that. And I understand it's expanding.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, the third floor was never fully built out, and the Brigham and Mass General had an option on that. They exercised that option because they needed to expand. And in June, the first phase of that expansion will open on that floor. And probably the biggest demand that the healthcare center has is for primary care, and that is where they're focusing that entire floor for primary care and some other specialty clinics. But you're right, Mark, it is a thriving medical center, and the addition to urgent care was a huge benefit to the area, the community, Foxborough. Just this past Saturday, they expanded their hours to open at 8 a.m. to handle the increased demand on weekends. So, I'm really looking forward to seeing, bigger and better things from the healthcare center.
Excellent, great, thank you.
Now, when the COF report was drafted, it anticipated square footages of retail and square footages of restaurants. That was not in the original plan, right?
The urgent care
was not.
Right.
So when you're looking at the numbers and it says so many calls or incidents, people going up there because of that, an incident, that adds to the incidents as well.
Yeah, I think when we get together with Chief Hatfield on the numbers, we know it because we're there, we see it, and certainly the urgent care has added to the number of calls. But again, as we discussed this morning, that those calls, in terms of reimbursement, the insurance process is already in place when that person is in the building and has to come out of the building. So I'm hoping it makes it for an easy process for reimbursement by the town.
So rather than an incident where the police or fire are going up because of an issue with a bar, they're going up for something that's fully reimbursed. Right. And so it'd be nice to see those separated, because I think it would be a positive.
Sure.
In every community that has a hospital, and it would be facing the same, urgent care would be facing the same, Walpole has one, there's plenty. So and I think absolutely it's the best asset, and I think Chief Hatfield will handle it well. If there's something we need to do in the future to maintain that service, we will.
I mean, again, the good news is we're still showing numbers, whether Chief's numbers are less than our numbers, but certainly still, a fraction of where the projections were in terms of full build-out, so.
Okay. Kevin, did you want to add?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a comment. I really appreciate what Dan and Brian have done for us tonight. We've had a long and a tough year, no doubt about it. But it's easy, because it's our nature as people, to focus on the negative and lose sight of the positive, because that just tends to be what we do. In our families, in our work, in our business dealings, it's what we do. But indeed, the craft organization of companies, aka the Patriots, is our largest business partner. They are a unique asset to this community. After all, how many communities, small communities, have an NFL franchise and a Patriot place in their community? And the good things that this company brings to this community are enormous, both from a revenue point of view and from a lot of other points of view. There's a lot of things that you fellas didn't talk about tonight that you might have focused on, like all the times that you've been there for us in periods of emergency with light sets and just a gigantic variety of things, generators and all that. It's important for us to remember as a community that the things that join us with our business partners, craft organization, Inventus, those things that join us are far bigger and more important than the things that divide us from time to time. It's important to understand the company's going to be here a long time. Foxborough's going to be here for a long, long time. There's a lot of opportunities that we can accomplish together. What's good for business, in a lot of instances, is also good for the community, and it's searching out those win-wins. That's the nature, it's the heart of business-community relationships. I think we've got an outstanding, wonderful, bright future between us, and I'm really glad that we can start to get into a different mindset and a different footing and start to look at those win-wins, because there's lots of them. So kudos to both of you guys and your staffs, because I know there's some folks here from the organization as well supporting you. Kudos to you for coming here and doing this tonight, because I'd like to think this is the start of some very good things.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the board?
Well, I just thank you guys for inviting me to, Jim invited me to come this morning. History is very important, and Mark, your committee is the one that started it before the COF report even came out, and you certainly have the history too. So we were presented with the vision that the Crafts had, and I think we've seen it basically come to fruition. Unfortunately, times have changed a little bit, and some of your buildings over there remain empty, but hopefully that will turn around. It was interesting. What interested me this morning was how you've done research on, what people are spending money on, and it's not necessarily going shopping to, at a store. They're going online, etc. But they are going out to eat, taking their families out for entertainment. They're spending that, that money that way, so that's still a part of the family values. And I think that the restaurants that you folks have up there, and maybe will in the future, I think that's what it's geared to, and I appreciate that. There's an elephant still in the room, and it's still in town. Could maybe you tell me that there is no casino in the future of Patriot Place? And I'm just going to say that because I know I'm putting you on the spot, Brian, Dan, but I think it needs to be said, because I'm out there trying to get votes to come back to this table, and that's still the first question people ask me. Did you want a casino? So, if you could just publicly state yes or no, and I'm hoping it's going to go one way.
Well, I think Dan will restate what has been said many times.
Yeah, Linda, we said it in May, we said it in October in the fall, we said it in December. Mr. Kraft has said it. We brought an opportunity, without an opportunity to the town. Business development opportunity. It had a world-class partner with it. We said from the beginning, if the town didn't want it, we wouldn't pursue it. The town voted May loudly. Unilaterally, we stopped in May. And I can look you in the eye and tell you that we haven't had a single meeting about gaming in Foxborough, and we haven't had a single discussion about bringing gaming to Foxborough since May, and that's the truth.
Okay.
We have no desire, no intentions, no plans to bring gaming development to Foxborough. We've moved on. We're exploring other options right now for that parcel.
Great. I felt that the town needed to hear that publicly, and I appreciate it. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but that's sort of my job right now. Thanks. Thanks, Dan.
So what's coming to Foxborough then, guys? I mean,
Says
you're
future
holding
here.
me hostage here. Anything in
Well,
the making?
I think there's been a lot of things that have been discussed. Our development folks have been here. What we talked about this morning is the fact that this is a very dynamic industry we're in. And we're at a 5-year point where we're assessing existing tenants' futures, new tenant opportunities, overall new developments, and literally we are constantly looking for what that next opportunity is going to be. As Dan mentioned, looking across the street at developing the parcels over there is something we're focusing on. But again, when the appropriate opportunity arises, we know the process here, whether it be go in front of the planning board first, then to come to the board of selectmen to get your support on that. But again, anything that I could say has already been said by the craft development folks who have visited with all agencies in the town. Anything is possible because it is a very dynamic industry, retail development, and we have got to stay in front of the challenges that are still there. This is still a very tough economy. Retail is still a major challenge. We have been very fortunate by the success of the restaurants, as you can see, and how the revenue is generated, and the work that the folks that are in this room tonight have done to make Patriot Place a very successful option for folks to come down and enjoy. But as part of that, my team has to do a lot of work to what we call manufacture traffic. And manufacturing traffic is a skating rink, is a cranberry bog, is a nature trail, is Irish Festival, as Paul alluded to, that's coming up in March. That is what's required in this industry, not just at Patriot Place. That's what's happening across the country in retail development, as is the changing landscape of what type of developments will be coming down the road, because it is amazing what you're seeing happening, from colleges using retail developments for satellite campuses to any host of very unique uses. So, it's exciting, it's very challenging, and we'll all be partners on the next opportunity.
I actually talked to a lady in Ludlow about purchasing something from her, and she said, "You're in Foxborough, we visit Patriots Place all the time for the Bass Pro Shop."
Sure.
And she started going on and on about how much she loved it. But she also, her and her husband come up for the car show all the time because they're Winston Cup fans. So, I mean, it's amazing how far out the network is for visitors to the establishment.
And we're very lucky that we have the space to hold that car show, because it is the largest free cruise show in New England now. Walter Grammer from Bass Pro is here today, and when it started out, I was a little lukewarm on it. What is really something that's worth all the effort to put it on? Well, now it's really a signature event for the development every other Thursday evening during the summer. It's wonderfully managed by Walter and my team to allow for over 2,000 cars be on display any given evening.
It is exciting to go to.
Did I see in the news this morning, or was it last night, home show? Are you doing the home show?
Yeah,
Yes,
this
home
weekend.
show.
The 23rd.
No, it's the 23rd. 22nd, 23rd, 24th, which is
Yeah.
also Revolution opener.
My wife notified me we're going to that. What about the campus show you used to have there? Is that coming back at all, the RV Expo? Is that something on the agenda?
It's not something that is cycled through for us. I think we had it back in the, probably 4 years ago. I think it was the last time we had it. Yeah, but again, that's more on the stadium side of event, when they use the field house or the stadium. We just had the AAA travel show this past weekend. We had over 5,000 people a day come into that. I think the recent weather pushed people to say, I want to figure out how to get out of town. So it was a very well-attended show. Again, those are things that, working with the stadium where we manufacture traffic and business for Patriot Place, I think all of my restaurant partners behind me will say that they had a great weekend because of the travel show.
Great.
And when is the Cupcake Place opening? 'Cause I was really disappointed the
Cupcake
other
Charlie will be, we're hoping he'll have it open for April vacation. So they're going to be on the fast track for their build-out. I do know the building permit is all taken care of, so, it's not an overly aggressive build-out, so they're shooting for April.
We used to have the Peter Pan bus come to Foxville Plaza to go to Logan Airport,
Right.
which was very convenient, and then all of a sudden I realized that they stopped. Is there a possibility that there could be something, arrangement like that up at Patriot Place?
We have looked into that, knowing where it was at Foxfield. We'll continue to look at it. It's, we've made inquiries with Peter Pan on their routes. Is Foxborough something that they would like to come back to for a route? And certainly they know the value of Patriot Place if they were to choose to do so.
Because it was very convenient. Not that I'm a frequent traveler, but it was very convenient.
Sure.
Yeah, so, thank you.
And then we could go into that Sonic thing again, too, that I keep bringing up, Brian, that would go great with that car show. I think a Sonic would be great in that parking lot.
It's like a drive-up.
The fast
fast
Like
food.
it's a fast food,
Oh,
it'd be good.
Waitresses come
You
out
haven't
with roller
ever seen,
skates.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
It'd be good with the
They get
car
out much.
shows, on
I don't
Thursday
get out
night.
much, James. You keep me busy.
I thank you guys. I think this
Yeah.
is a great presentation, and folks get a better idea of what you do contribute and work hard for. So
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
very much.
And don't take lightly the time that you guys put into checking your numbers and putting it together. I appreciate that.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks,
See you
Brian.
all.
I'm struggling, man. Learned how to answer it today. That was a big step.
15 minutes off.
Yeah, it's going good. It's enjoyable, News update.
which one is
Clear out for a minute.
You want to take 5? You want to wait till 9?
But yeah,
Like
that
the
was the best.
Fairbanks was awesome.
Also, it wouldn't go.
It's like an echo in here. Everybody's got a little sugar in there.
Me too.
Itch in there. I'm good, thank you.
But then you don't end up, where you're gonna end up.
All right, a couple more things on the in the agenda.
Yeah, Woody, that's
Not much under the chairman's update, other than to let you know, I'd sent out an email. We do have a CIP, the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, meeting Saturday morning. Look at the numbers. For those at home, the CIP, it's a 6-member committee. Kevin's the chairman, town manager's the chairman. We've got the school superintendent, a representative from AdCom, typically the chairman. I'm representing the Board of Selectmen. Randy Scollins, our finance director, and a DPW director. And what we do is we look at items that are in need of purchase, anything over $25,000 that has a useful life of 5 years or more. Typically, you're going to see things like school buses or big capital improvements that are not on the everyday operating budget of different departments. So that's at 8 o'clock at this room Saturday morning, and that'll run till probably about 12. I wanted to touch briefly, we had a meeting Monday morning with the Tri-Town Chamber of Commerce. Ginny came to that, and it was a good meeting. It was between Mansfield, Norton, and Foxborough, and it was basically meeting with
Bill Lucky.
Bielecki. He's the Secretary of Commerce
Housing
and Development.
Economic Development.
And we had a few state representatives, and Jim Timilty was there. And basically what it was asking this organization for was a 0 or 2% low-income loan, and that is needed for the sewer program that we're putting together for all 3 towns for it to work. And I thought it was a positive meeting, but coming out of it, there was an email that was sent from somebody in Mansfield that's been in politics, and he's in the Chamber of Commerce. But I just wanted to read it to the board. It says, "Our towns have had their rivals over the years, and those will continue. But in all my years, I have never seen Mansfield, Foxborough, and Norton work so close and diligently on topics that would affect our communities. There are other issues that we can work on together as we go forward, where we can all share in the success." And I just thought it was a nice email, that it was unsolicited, that was sent. And I know, a few years ago, we worked at putting the veterans group together in regionalization, and hearing that and knowing the stuff, whether it's water or sewer or transportation, there's an incredible potential out there if the towns can work outside of their borders. So that's something that I'm hoping we get that low-interest loan, and that's going to, hopefully make or break or make that process a little easier. And Kevin, you spoke very well at that level, and it was very nice to hear. Just a couple other quick items. What we're shooting for the March 19th agenda, we have the South Regional School coming back to talk about their budget. Whatever process we get through tonight with the annual town meeting warrants will continue next week. The fire department fees that were discussed at several meetings, I think, are going to be back on the agenda next week. And on the next week, then we'll present the results of the CIP meeting on Saturday. And if there's anything else that you guys want to put on the agenda, send me an email. There's probably some housekeeping stuff that we've got to take care of sooner than later, but I think we've put everything on there that has been talked about.
Yeah.
So that's it for the update. And next on the agenda, we have discussion of the formation of a committee to review surrounding community impacts of Plain Ridge. I wasn't expecting to pick the actual people, but I know we've asked several times for people if they were interested in being on a committee to look at Plain Ridge, to submit applications or fill out the paperwork with Sandra. And I think, just checking, I think there's 3 or 4 that have come in. But I wanted this discussion with the board of, do you still want to do a committee? And if so, do you want 3 people, 5 people, what type of people, and what are our goals and objectives, so we can kind of, neatly package it, and then next meeting appoint the people and let them run with it. I have some thoughts, but I wanted to open it up to the board to see what you were thinking.
Ginny, I wanted to ask, when you were part of the commission that looked at gambling back in 2004, 2005, were you part of the Racino review group?
The Race Citizens Advisory Committee.
Right. What was the composition of that group? Do you remember?
We had quite a few. Did we have about 9?
It was a big one.
We had about 9 people. But there were people from, we had planning board, Randy was on it as treasurer. We had town officials, but also we had citizens.
Okay, that's what I was curious.
Who had some expertise,
So you had planning board, finance, what other types of town officials, do you remember? Did you have a selectman on it, or no?
Well, Bob Hickey was on it, but was he the selectman at that time?
Yes.
Okay, then he was also the chairman of it.
Yeah.
And Tony LaChapelle was on there with his business expertise. I was there from the advisory committee.
Right, somebody from AgCom. All right. I was just curious,
What the makeup was then.
Right. Maybe it's something to consider.
Yeah.
And that was a committee to see if we were bringing something into the town, if we wanted it in our town.
Right, there had been a proposal, and this was researching the proposal. And what came out of it was the bylaw that banned gaming in the town of Foxborough, the Warren article. So that was the conclusion. They studied the effects of the Connecticut casinos on the surrounding towns, and that was basically what we did.
So, in this case, if there's a concern, for example, of impact on our roads, maybe having somebody from DPW participate along those lines. You know, that's, again, just some ideas that I was thinking about.
Well, at least someone who can interpret the studies that Plainville
Yeah.
is going to be doing.
Yeah, Plainville is, the meeting that Mark and I went to at the planning board, they're having a traffic consultant look
Yeah.
at local roads and impacts and level of service where everything's
Yeah.
coming in. You know, from our perspective, if there's a game event and nobody can get on Route 1, where are they going to come through? You know,
Right.
so making sure that second level is
Right.
addressed. And then they also have another RFP out for a specific consultant to look
Right.
at gaming, because basically the local consultants, you know, maybe they'll go to a few surrounding places, but they don't have that expertise. So this expert would come in and just look at the reality of what the impact would be. And it's not just, I mean, people focus on the traffic, but it's, you know, there's certain radiuses around things that happen, you know, from divorce to whatever, from gambling addiction and all that. So I have someone that focuses on that. And I would imagine, you know, rather than reinvent the wheel, this committee would go out and read those and bring it back. And maybe there is money available if we work it through the right channels under the gaming bylaws to hire our own consultants or our own attorney. So it's kind of a little bit of everything.
Well, they said that, isn't it $50,000 set aside by the applicant? The $400,000 that the applicant sends in, there's $50,000, from what the man said the other day, the way I interpret, there was $50,000 available for consultants from that, and then there's also mitigation money from the, money from the state. But I thought there was at least $50,000 that was available.
Not to this town, though. To
No,
their
you'd have
town.
to, no, I thought it
It's-
was for even surrounding communities.
They have,
You have to be designated a neighboring
First.
community first.
Right.
Then you can access the funding in order to conduct your mitigation study. And then once the mitigation study is conducted, then you work with the developer to
Yeah.
negotiate the mitigation, and failing, coming to an agreement, because the law really doesn't put us in a strong place. The host community is in a very strong place. Neighboring communities are not. But there's an appellate authority to the Gaming Commission. So that's 1/10,000 explanation of the process. 50,000, because the impact of this is probably fairly limited, because this is a far, far smaller proposal than a casino, 50,000 probably would be enough to hire a consultant to do an impact analysis and probably do a pretty good job of it. So,
And then we also got
but the
some
committee
unsolicited letters from
presumab-
attorneys also that would
Yep.
represent.
The committee can presumably, you know, part of their charge should be to look into that whole process and advise the board on, you know, what the steps they recommend are, that sort of thing, and whether or not they feel they need counsel, because we're already getting solicitations, and I don't know that just because somebody solicits us means they're the best one out there to represent us, but the committee probably will need some assistance to augment town council. I think town council's got a pretty good grasp of a lot of the issues, but I think you're going to need a specialist as well, no doubt about that. You know, part of the team. But as I say, this is not at all like a casino. This is gigantically smaller, 300-odd jobs, much smaller building. So the impacts on us, you know, there are impacts, but not nearly what a casino in Plainville would be, that's for sure.
And I would imagine that our committee, however many there are, would be attending all the meetings in regard to the, and I would hope that they would be welcomed by the town of Plainville, you know, as part of the, you know, on the mailing list to be notified. You know, I mean, that would be something that I would really ask Mr. Fernandez to accommodate us.
Well, I kind of alluded to that at the meeting, and he was quick to point out, and I agree, this isn't his show, it's the applicant's show. So at the end of the day, if the applicant sends his application in and he says either we're not an abutting community or we're not happy, it's it's really up to him to kind of work it out with us.
Yeah.
You know, Joe, Mr. Fernandez, I'm sure would let us know when the meetings are,
Yeah.
the public meetings. But I think our committee would be charged with working directly with the applicant, going back and forth, independent of Plainville.
And I think he spoke well when it came to the impacts. He had mentioned probably 50 in that meeting that could possible impacts to his own town and my surrounding towns. And one of them's, you just heard the fire engines, it's, or the ambulance, it's, you know, community aid. I mean, it's, help me out. Mutual aid. I mean, it's something that could be an impact to the town. There's all kinds of things. So I say, you know, put the committee together. I know there's a few people here that want to be on it. If only 4 people from the, you know, the town applied, if that's what it is, put all 4 of them on it. Couple from planning board expertise there, whatever, Lorraine, Ginny, and everybody. You know, go with 7 or 9. The more the merrier. Put somebody as the chairman. Get it going. Get a report back. Let's move forward instead of sitting here talking about, because we don't know what it is. Just like we didn't know what the impact's going to be with Patriots Place. And it was a huge learning experience. We'll take some of that knowledge with us and we'll move forward. But let's move it forward. Enough talking about it. So I make a motion, we form the committee to be 4 citizens and 5 people from boards in the town, 1 from AdCom, 1 from Planning Board, if they want to be, obviously. You can help me out with this motion anytime you want, Lorraine.
DPW?
DPW. And what about?
Want a member of the board? Should we have a member of the board?
It's fine with me. It doesn't matter to me whether it's a member of the board. 1 member of the Board of Selectmen, that's what, 8? Diane? 4 members of the community.
Not fine yet.
And
finance, yeah.
How about Sharon? Is Sharon somebody, you know, town planner, somebody would be, if she wants to be? And town planner, if, you know, if these people want to be part of it. We're not going to strong arm anybody.
Do you think we need finance, Kevin?
Well, let me suggest this to you. I think you don't want staff to be voting members. I think you want staff to be...
Importing.
Exactly, support members. And so I think there's 2 or 3 staff members that are pretty obvious that are going to need to help out. Planner, DPW director, police chief, fire chief, you know, but you want to make them all part of the committee. We'll just understand they're there for the committee, and the chairman of the committee can call on them for help as he or she feels they need help.
Yeah,
I think that's the appropriate use of staff.
Yeah, we called them non-voting members of the
Well, they wouldn't be even
RCA.
members. They'd
You know, I
just
mean,
be
they
input.
did make we used their input and their expertise.
Right.
You know,
There'd
they
be
could interpret things for us.
resources, if you will.
Right.
Well, it's exactly what we did with the Patriots Place. We had them come in and we asked them questions and got answers. And a lot of them, they weren't aware of what would it be. I mean, it was a big undertaking. Should somebody in the schools be involved? Should this be impacting the schools? You know, or to ask them certain questions. But I think we got our 9, 4 citizens.
Can you go down that again?
4 citizens of Foxborough, a planning board member, what we call a DPW member.
DPW staff.
Yeah, but they.
What do you mean,
Not a
water
member,
sewer
just-
commission?
What?
No, we do water and sewer.
We were
There's
talking
no-
about
no
Roger
one-
Hill in our conversation.
No, they're staff, they'll be there for you.
Okay, so we don't need that. Okay,
I think that once the committee's set up, they
AdCom.
can reach out to,
What?
AdCom can't be on it.
no
Is there
voting
gonna be
member.
voting?
Can you be on it but not a voting member?
It's a public meeting, we'll have someone go.
Okay.
They can't be part of the committee.
Oh, because you're gonna have to
Could be
review it.
expenditures,
Right.
money,
Okay, so AdCom's out.
I was thinking more, 5 or 7 residents with the support from whatever staff we need. I mean, social services is
That's
probably
what I
the
think.
biggest one
Yep.
because they're the ones, from what I understand, that deal with the issues down the road.
I'll be honest with you, I think all the staff people, pretty much across the board, are going to need to do some assessment work for the committee and make reports to them. Because I don't see, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, I don't see any staff that aren't, I don't see any departments that aren't going to be affected minimally.
Yeah. But the point is
or
that
bid.
they wouldn't be on the committee. We'd reach out to them.
They
yeah.
shouldn't be on the committee.
So maybe
Some-
members of
some
that
cases, some of
committee,
them aren't
like
even
we
town
had,
residents,
Mark, you know, you assign
A liaison.
a
to every
liaison, and
department.
that's the
And there
person.
was 7.
We had 7.
You had school, fire, police, DPW. What was the others? Been a while.
School.
Health.
Water and sewer. Because water and sewer is a
yeah.
big part of that. Obviously, a huge part of it at the end. So there was, so we had a 7-member board.
Health, yeah.
And Linda was actually.
I was just the secretary, I wasn't.
She did the minutes and and right out done. And so they need somebody to really assist in that too, somebody that they can depend on.
Yeah, so if I think it should just be,
7 residents. We can, not going to figure out who's going to be the secretary, but I'm sure someone will be the
that's
secretary.
their gig. Yeah.
So 7 residents. I think when we're looking at it, my preference would be have somebody in there with some legal experience, somebody in there with some development experience. The people that have contacted me, I'm fine with, but I don't know if other people have contacted that I haven't seen or contacted you guys.
No.
Separately.
The one person that contacted me, I told to apply, and he said he did.
Okay. So are you guys happy with 7?
Seven's
It's either
fine.
5 or 7, I don't want to even number.
And a member of the board?
I don't think you need a member of the board.
My
Well, I was a
preference is
member of the
not-
board with Patriots Place,
Yeah,
so,
it was bigger, that was bigger. And it wasn't that we had to worry about what he was gonna vote on after the fact.
Well, in this case, you don't really have any votes, because the neighboring community, under the regulation and the statute, there's really no votes you're gonna be
It's
casting. So
recommendations.
I would guess, since this is your committee, this committee's intent is to come back to you.
Yes.
So that, with some kind of a
Look at it
report.
objectively from what's in front of us.
So the board can take a look at that and make some decisions about what mitigation you feel is appropriate, and then the negotiating process begins on your behalf. Whether that ends up being a committee function, a staff function, a special counsel function, I don't know, but that's sort of after you've decided what it is you want to do and the committee's reported to you.
So if, are you guys happy with 7?
Yep.
And I don't think we have more than 7 applicants. Could have Sandra put it together a list?
Yep.
Email it out to us, and then we can't really talk about it offline. If you've got an objection to it, let Kevin know. And if there's objections, then we'll have it on at the next meeting. It will work at the next meeting on the 12th? No.
I'll
19th, we'll vote on it?
I'll take a shot at drafting a charge for you based on what you said. I've jotted some notes down, because you really do want to give the committee an idea of what it is you want them to do. And I'll solicit some staff input as well about, what is it that this committee would look into? Some obvious things, but there's going to be others. And we'll try to have that put together on your agenda for next time, so you can look at the charge and add, subtract, delete as you think is appropriate.
Makes sense?
All right, so I withdraw my motion, and we'll just put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Is there anyone here that wanted to be on the committee that has any input or wanted to add anything?
I just have a question from last meeting.
Sorry.
Chris Mitchell, 9 Spruce Street. From last week's meeting, I took away from it that we should be going to the owner of Plain Ridge and saying we think we're a surrounding community, and get that dialogue going. I don't know if you guys need to do anything, vote on it now. I think if you wait till March 19th, you're,
Yeah, no, we've
another-
taken, Kevin, you had one meeting already, right?
Sure.
You want to talk about that?
I had a meeting with the developers and indicated to them plainly that we consider ourselves a neighboring community. Now, the regulation, which really is how the Gaming Commission is going to decide who's a neighboring community, is not finalized yet. That's still in process. So it's not clear what you have to do at this point to be designated a neighboring community. There's sort of a presumptive right if you're a contiguous community, which we are. So it would be hard, I think, for anybody to say that we're not. On the other hand, I think it's probably a good idea to have town council take a look right away at the draft reg and see if maybe we just want to get something in there on the record saying, reg may not be done yet, but we're just serving notice on you formally with this written document that we consider ourselves a neighboring community.
So you
Nothing to
met
lose by
with
doing it.
the owner of Plain Ridge and
Yeah.
discussed it?
Yeah, and basically what they showed me is exactly what they showed us
Yeah.
here. We
How did he receive it? That we were?
They don't contest it at all. They consider us a neighboring community. Now, not in a formal sense yet,
Yeah.
but the fact that they reached out, and when I said we consider us, he said, sure, we understand that. I don't think that there's any opposition to the notion. Now, when we get into what we expect them to do for mitigation, well, that's going to be a
Well, I
different
mean,
story, but.
might look at it and say there's nothing to mitigate too, you don't know.
Yeah.
But I would suggest that town council does put something in writing and get that formalized.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, anyways. You guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Just a thought over the bow.
Good dialogue.
Thanks, Chris. Okay. So, just to summarize, so you'll put the names together that we've gotten already in the office, and then draft up a goals and objectives and kind of a scope of what we want to accomplish with the committee?
Yep.
And then we'll vote on that, we'll put that in the agenda for next
And
meeting.
have town council send an appearance letter indicating our intent to be a neighboring community.
Okay. Anything else on that?
Yep.
Good discussion, thank you. The annual town meeting warrant review, the packets that you got on Friday, were dated 3/1. so Chuck,
I
you can
apologize
throw
for all
those
the drafts and redraft, but I don't think you've got the most current one, and that's this one. And that's the one you need to.
3/1/13.
If you have the one labeled 3/1, just tear it up, shred it to, get rid of it, because I think we're up to revision 10 or 11 at this
And
point.
then there was
there's
this
one when we
one
got
that
here
was when
today.
we got
Yeah.
here tonight.
This is a brand-new one. This,
Newer
well,
than this?
I don't know if that is. I know this one's right, because I just won it off the computer.
So the one that we just got tonight too, throw away?
This one is labeled 3/5/2013.
No. Okay.
Yeah, so get rid of that. There you go.
You go.
Larry?
Yes.
The latest.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Kevin, you want to start us off on this?
Sure.
Jimmy needed a break, so.
So what you need to do as we're going is either take a vote on each article or just take one vote at the end.
Why don't we go through them like we usually do, and if somebody says something they want to put a hold on, we'll put a hold on it. And then we'll
Okay.
go revisit them all at the end.
Okay.
Okay?
One's the election.
Hold. No. All right.
2 is the annual reports. 3 is the committee reports. It's sort of a duplication of 2, but 3 is actually the one where the planning board would make a report if they have one to make. 4 is the budget article. And by the way, per your request, please note as we're going along, we've changed the sponsors on these to be reflective of who actually sponsors them, so it's not Board of Selectmen for everything. But if you see anything you don't like, let me know. 5 is the Capital Improvement Committee article. That won't get done
Saturday.
until
and
Saturday,
It's a
right?
public meeting, just so people know you
Yep.
can attend it. It's
Yep.
here at 8 or 9?
8.
8 to 12 typically, but I've seen them run till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so
It
bring your
really
lunch.
depends, yeah. We don't try to predict.
So should we put a hold on this right now?
No, the CIP,
No,
it's,
because-
that's going to
No, I
move
mean, because
forward.
we're supposed to approve.
Make recommendations.
You're just
on it.
voting in or out tonight, that's all
Right,
you're doing.
okay.
We're just approving the warrant.
whether
We're
we
not
support
voting
it.
to, on each individual one. We'll try and act professional.
6 is the revisions to the bylaw. Now, this is the one, there's 2 bylaw articles. This is the first one. This is the one that covers the appropriation, the money side of it. So this is the funding for the COLA. This is the funding for regrades, if any. and this is the funding for the merit system. So all that'll be under 6.
What I heard tonight was that they didn't want, that the non-union folks don't want us anything.
Different article.
Different
That's
article.
going to be
This-
deep,
this
that's
is just
further
on-
along. I'll show it to you when you get there.
I think there's more on the vote we took last year about the assessment on town employees.
6 is an annual regular article. That's in here every year, and it's always been Article 6. It's for the non-union, funding for the non-union COLA, if any, and any related costs. This is going to be the first year we're going to have a merit system, so that'll be in there. And since we now have a grade classification system, any petitions for regrades that are approved would be funded here as well. So it's all transparent. You know, the taxpayers, everybody sees exactly what's happening in the system.
Kevin, for our next meeting, could we get an explanation, detail on how the merit system will work?
Well, we're still finishing that. I'm going to be presenting that to you. It won't get voted under here because it's already in the bylaws, my understanding, so it's sort of an administrative procedure to the bylaw. It's not a bylaw amendment. If you want to make it a bylaw amendment later, include it in the bylaw itself, we can do that next year or in the fall.
Is it a line on the budget then?
The bylaw just says there shall be a merit system.
Okay.
And then over here, we're going to create it and bring it to you to look at.
Is that new?
Yeah, this is a brand-new merit system because the old one effectively doesn't exist. There's no forms, there's no anything.
So, I guess
This is all
just wanna-
brand new.
Right. So before we voted it, as part of this,
Yes, before you vote funding, we have to create the system.
right,
Right, and it's pretty much done. I just haven't had a chance to sit with a HR director and the committee to go through it, make sure that I'm satisfied with it before I present it to you.
okay, I just wanted to make sure it would be presented to us
Mhm.
before we voted
Yeah.
on this
Oh, yeah.
article.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
7, 8, 9, and 10 are collective bargaining funding agreements. 7 will not get acted on because we haven't even opened with the firefighters union yet. 8 is very close to settling the police. 9, the highway contract. I'll let you know, we're bargaining later this week, and it looks pretty good. 10, we haven't opened with the library yet, but since that's typically a very quick negotiation, I'm hoping, once I get done with the police, open with the library, and I'm still hoping that can get acted on this year. But no promises. 11 is a couple of technical changes. These are returning surpluses from old articles back to the Treasury, basically. 12 is the annual department revolving fund article. That's an annual article. Now, one note, we added the Conservation Commission to this year. I think you all saw that email about that. 13 is what's now become an annual article to fund OPEB. This is the meals tax money, so we have that policy that you did that distributes, it sets up the percentages, how much goes to OPEB, how much goes to road maintenance. So this is the chunk that goes to OPEB, and very, very pleased at the amount of money here. This is a really, $564,000 is a significant amount. The OPEB liability is $52 million, I think, but we're getting there. I mean, we're funding it. We got $2 or $3 million in there now. There's a lot of other towns that aren't doing anything, so we're ahead of the power curve in that way.
I had a question on that. Now, this is the meals tax money, and so the meals tax money, is that, where does that go once it's?
Well, it goes
in what-
wherever we put it. If-
No, I mean, is it in?
General fund?
General
It's a-
fund?
It's a general
or-
fund receipt.
Okay.
Yep. And
My
what we
que-
have to do is we have to move it
Mhm.
where you want it, or it just falls to free cash.
Okay, because my question on this was, it says appropriate or transfer from available funds.
Right.
Okay, but in 2010, which was the first time, it came from free cash. The
Right.
first year we did that, it came from free cash. In 2011, it was separated into free cash, water receipts, and sewer receipts. So this money, do the water and the sewer pay separately into OPEB?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if last year it was separated, I think this year it should also be separated.
That happens under the motion, not the article.
No, it was in the article.
It was in
Oh.
the article?
I mean, I looked at the Warren article from 2010,
I'll check
2011.
that. I'll check that.
And it had the, the money was separated by free cash, there was an amount, water receipts amount, and sewer receipts.
Okay, I'll check that to be
because
sure.
I'm concerned that where it says available funds, that doesn't say where it comes from.
Right, no. Under the motion, we specify where it comes from. But I'll check to make sure there isn't a mistake here, because now that you're saying this,
Because when the AdCom looks at this, aren't they're going to want to know what comes from free cash, what comes from water, what comes from
yeah,
sewer.
we don't do that till later in the motion.
We've already talked about this. We know
okay.
where it's coming from, but I think you raise a good point. I mean, the citizens should certainly
Well, it was,
know and
yeah,
believe where it's coming from.
because it was in 2011 that was
Yeah,
separated.
I don't know offhand if that was in the motion or the article. I'm going to have to go back.
Well, I just looked at the annual book with the results of the town meeting, and I noted it was separated. So I think that would be something that I'd like to see for the AdCom too, when they
Oh,
look
yeah,
at it.
absolutely. When, we don't write motions probably for another month yet, though,
Mhm.
because, there's still going to be a lot of changes in the budget,
Mhm.
and this is, believe it or not, although it's a separate article, it's still part of the big budget.
Mhm.
There's 8, 9, 10 articles here that are part of the budget,
Yeah.
and it doesn't all get settled for another 3 or 4 weeks yet. Along about the end of April is about when it gets cast in stone.
Mhm.
It can't change, but we've had changes the night of town meeting. I mean, it happens,
I just wanted to mention at advisory committee, Randy Scollins had done a really good update on the, some legislation coming out about the OPEB funding.
If it passes, then our OPEB liability will be reduced by $17 million. So it's going to be a major league change. Won't change this appropriation
Mhm.
because it'll drop it from 52 million down to 30-something.
Right.
We'll still be light years from funding it, but we'll be getting closer.
Right, it's good news.
Yeah, and that had been filed on February 13th by the governor. Are they fast-tracking that?
We're
Because-
tracking it through Jay, yeah. I will tell you, there'll be a tremendous amount of controversy about it. Word is that something's coming out this year, but what it's going to look like is going to be a lot different than what went in, I can tell you that.
Yeah. But if they really want it to happen, they can fast-track it, and that's something that Jay would know, what it is.
I don't think you'll see this fast track because there's too
I
many
thought we
labor
were gonna put
groups.
these on hold. And go through them all and then go back. So let's try and stick to that, okay? So 14's kind of a
14 is the annual article to transfer funds into stabilization fund. We do this every year. 15 is the consolidated personnel bylaw. Now, this is the one that you had asked about. So there's 3 specific changes in here. You need to be sure that you want all 3 of these in there. The first one is a technical change for the EEO language because the current language is out of date, so it's got to get changed. Not a substantive change, it's a technical one. Article 2, we're changing the FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act language. Again, it's old and out of date, and it has to be changed to comport with the law. And the third, Article 2, Employee Benefits, Section O, Education Reimbursement. This is the one that was the subject of your discussion last week. So you need to look at this very carefully and make sure that this reflects whatever it is you want to propose, if indeed you're going to leave this in.
Comment?
hold, you mean?
You want to come back to it, is that what you're saying?
I missed the beginning of, is that what you
Yeah,
guys
we're
are
just
doing?
gonna
You
hold
go
it.
through them and you
Just
put
hold it.
hold, so we'll
Hold
go
it.
back to
All right.
that one, all
All
right?
right.
All right, next, Article
16 is to rescind a surplus borrowing authorization, again, routine. 17 is the annual Chapter 90 road repair grant money. 18 is the stretch code. You recall, we tried this last year. Mark spoke in favor of it. AdCom was in favor of it. Everybody was in favor of it. And we kind of got blindsided on the floor of town meeting by some opposition that, frankly, nobody thought was coming. This year, we'll do a lot better job preparing this. My understanding from the building commissioner is that probably within a year or 2, this is going to be the building code anyways. But right now, it's the last thing we need to do to become a quote-unquote green community and immediately score a $180,000 grant for energy conservation retrofitting of fixtures and things, and then be in line for a whole bunch more grant money. So this is something I recommend to you for sure. 19 is a transfer from free cash for the planning board to complete the master plan. I think, as you're aware, they're doing a lot of good work, but want to do some more good work, and looking for some additional money. 20 is the establishment of the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. I think you're all familiar with that. And then the rest of these, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27 are all zoning articles proposed by either the ZBA or the planning board. And I don't know what any of them do, frankly. I kind of wait to hear that explanation just like you do. 28 is the TIF. Now, I am making an assumption here, which is that the committee is going to recommend this to you, and you are going to propose it to town meeting in some form. You may not propose it in the form you recommend it. You may change it. You may do whatever it is you deem appropriate, but
So that would be a board-funded article. Because it doesn't say who's supporting the, that would be a board
No,
article.
I've already picked that change up. Yeah, that's going to be Board of Selectmen. But what I'm saying is that in some way, means, or manner, you're going to act on this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this article in here, so.
Kevin, when is that going to be ready to come in front of the board to?
We are
review the
meeting
work?
on Thursday to conduct a negotiation with them, having had 3 meetings to get prepared for it. I'm anticipating 1, maybe 2 negotiating meetings, and then it'll be ready for you. So I would say probably not this week, probably going to be 1 more meeting. And then I think it'll be ready for your next meeting, because you meet again after tonight in 2 weeks, and then it'll be
19th,
ready for
and
that
then
night.
probably the 2nd.
Yeah, I think it'll be ready for that night.
For the 19th?
Hmm?
For the 19th?
Yeah. Now, the only way it won't is if there's still some technical things we're working out, because I can't promise, but I'm pretty optimistic. And Article 29 is a placeholder for the library easement. I don't know if y'all
We got another one?
know about that. It's the one that we have to get for the
The
homeowner
backyard.
next to the library.
I thought we already
And
approved that.
we've actually got the wording, these drafts are driving me crazy, and Sandy's losing her mind. But this draft doesn't have it in here, but the one that's dated 3/1 does have it in there. We gotta meld them.
I thought we already did that. I thought we did.
I thought we approved that even like 3 times already. Yeah.
Don't ask me. Town council's here all the
Twice, so I
time.
got a double out there.
It was at the last town meeting, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be something else.
It's got to,
Dr- I mean,
well, let's
it's a-
see what it
I
is,
thought
you
that
know.
was one that we couldn't vote on, and then it went back to our last meeting, and we
It's not on the
voted on
3-1,
it.
I'm looking at this one.
Yeah. By the way, if you see typos and things, don't worry about it. We'll pick them all up, because this is still very rough. This isn't the warrant. This is just a draft. So you can have a discussion.
Did that already.
So you got one hold on Article, whatever it was there, the personal, Article 15.
Okay, Lorraine, you had something on that?
Yeah.
While you're looking for that, Article 20, that was the easement where the abutter in the back of the library wanted access to get to the back of their
Right, but
property.
didn't
And we
didn't
approved
that
it.
already go to town
been
meeting?
approved.
That already went to town meeting.
Cindy Amara sent in another one. All I know is they need another one for something. I don't know.
Maybe it's an as-built approval, it's actually got a, I don't know, whatever. Well, it's not a it's a no-brainer anyway, so why spend time on it?
Okay.
You know, they needed it to even do the project, so. All
Now, you'll
right.
get one more look at this with the final wording at your next meeting. That'll be the warrant you'll actually sign. But what we wanted to do tonight was get the board to determine in or out for these articles, and if there's any changes to any of them. Because after this, there's not going to be any substantive changes, not going to be any new articles, not going to be anything coming out. There could be technical additions and deletions to it, but there won't be any substantive changes after tonight. That lets me get it to Larry and the AdCom, so they've got the substance of everything. They can schedule their meetings, even though some of this wording is still in flux a little bit, but they're able to do their job.
And Article 15, right? That's
Yes,
what we got to
that's
hold.
the-
I mean,
that's the
why
first
don't
one to
why don't we take that home, review it, instead of getting into a big discussion about it tonight, because I understand their input, and I want to digest it a little bit. We got time to vote on this, but, I mean.
I
what
just
are-
wanted to suggest that we make sure that we have the input that, the employees are requesting.
Oh, absolutely.
So that, because whatever's written here is not based certainly with any input from them yet.
Yeah, and in my feelings, it might be a little, at this point, the way it's upset everybody, it might be a little rushed for the spring, is like a little thing I'm saying to myself right now, but I want to review this. I ain't got time to read it and talk and read and all
Well,
at the same time.
here's your problem. When you come in here at your next meeting, you have to sign a warrant.
Right, so that's why I said we can have that discussion in depth then.
We can't sign it and then make changes
No.
at the same meeting.
We can take it off. We don't have to have, we can strike
you
15
could-
from the warrant and amend it.
Well, here's what I can do for you. If you really need these 2 weeks, and I understand.
Might need a couple of days, I don't need 2 weeks, but I mean, we're not coming back in before that.
Right, your next meeting's in 2 weeks, so, if you need those 2 weeks, as long as the AdCom knows there's an article and they know it's gonna have something in it, they're good to go, they can start their deliberations, because they could schedule this particular article for after 2 weeks from now when you finalize it. Here's what we'd have to do. Everything else in the warrant would be final for that night. This one wouldn't. So you can have a discussion about it. We literally will go in the other room and make the changes you want on the computer, bring a new original warrant out here, and then you got to sign it that night, because you will not be able to wait any longer in order to meet the legal posting deadlines and all that. Remember,
So-
30 days prior to, not including the date of, or the day before and all that. So your next meeting, you'd be too late.
Well, then you want to have it at the beginning of the agenda, so that the staff is still here to be able
Yeah,
to do that.
that's not a
So
problem.
have it right at the
And-
beginning, Jim, what do you think?
And that assumes that you have the meeting with employees to, that the personal wage bylaw has, personal wage group has the meeting with employees to get the input for this article. Correct? I'm sorry if I'm not speaking
Don't
English.
think that's what they had envisioned. I don't think that's
They
what they
who?
read to you earlier tonight. They asked you to take this off the warrant. That's your call, but.
Take it off altogether,
Well,
or not vote on it
No,
tonight.
they
You heard
want-
it
they
the same
want-
as I did, that's what they said, I think.
Well, they hadn't
Not what I
seen it.
heard.
Didn't they give you a
Right.
letter?
We got it right here, we can
They
reread
had
it.
no,
Could you-
they had no chance to have
Can I have that for a
input.
second, please?
They
Lorraine,
wanted
can you read
input.
that? You being the clerk, can you reread that, please?
On behalf of the undersigned non-union employees, we would like to express our displeasure at what took place on the February 26th at the Selectmen's meeting. Board of Selectmen publicly disrespected a member of our group as well as the process. The action is unacceptable to us. In the past, our group of employees were part of the process of making any changes to any of the personnel wage bylaws. As the second largest employee group in this town, we believe that up until the last couple of years, we have been part of the process. We respectfully request that the board respect the established process for reviewing personnel wage bylaws and that you discontinue any discussion of changes to our benefits without our involvement in the process.
They want-
Furthermore, we expect you as a board to remove the warrant article pertaining to
Vote.
benefit changes so that we may have a meaningful discussion with the board and all involved in the process. So
They-
if that can't happen in 2 weeks, then
Right, we should take it off.
So they wanted both.
Yeah, they basically.
Dialogue and removal.
Yeah. And Well, also. not necessarily if they get a chance to put their input in. I mean, that's what they're saying, they didn't get a chance. Previously, they had, but,
Well, it's only been a week.
right.
Yeah, I mean, this was brought to Kevin's attention at the end of January. And when we talked about changes, I mean, it was my understanding that that this would be reviewed in time for town meeting, annual town meeting. We talked about this at the end of January.
Kevin, do you have, I'm sorry, Larry, AdCom's been talking about this
No.
at all? Nothing? So you have no input yet?
Not yet.
Okay, sorry.
I think you need to review the tape of January 19th, or whatever the night was, because I did. And you will find that you reached some very specific conclusions, and at no time was I asked to do anything. Absolutely not. I would invite you to review the tape.
Well, Kevin, when I talked to you about this at the advisory committee, it was my understanding that, I was concerned about it, and I should think my concern would have been transferred to you. I am an elected selectman. If I have a concern about something and I say something to you, I should think, something, it should at least be looked at. And then it was being looked at. I talked with Gary and, Gary Whitehouse, and he had the same concerns I had. So this has been an ongoing process. This isn't something that just happened yesterday. This has been an ongoing process, which I feel should have been addressed a while ago so that the employees could have had input.
I think, Mr. Chairman, please help me here, because this is an old theme with the board. And I think board members need to understand that individual board members have no authority or power. You exercise your authority as 1/5 of a board, each of you. So, and I realize, Ginny, we've never had this discussion, but I have had it most clearly with past boards. If a board member asks me to do something, and it is a substantive thing, or it is something with which I strongly disagree, then I invite that board member to take that question to the board and find out what the board is, where the board is on that question. Now, if you view the discussion of the board that night when you brought this up on the agenda, it was very clearly determined that you would come back to the board with a recommendation of what you wanted to change. There was no instruction to me to do anything, and indeed, I disagree then, I disagree now. I've made my position abundantly clear. I think this is a bad idea. I think the process is exceptionally ill-advised for the reasons you saw tonight, and I don't agree. And so when if a board member says, Kevin, I get this idea, and I say, gee, I think that's a great idea, I'll act on it and bring it to the board. But if a board member says, I have this idea and I don't agree, I will ask you to go to the board, where I will speak my mind, and then if the board makes a decision, I will execute it. And that's the process we've been following for, I think, a long time. If I were to take direction from one board member, then I would be depriving the other 4 of you of the opportunity to do what you're supposed to do as selectmen. So I have made this clear. So I don't know what
Kevin,
more
Hold on. All
Wait.
right, just in you can take this over anytime you want.
I think it's a discussion, the timing is not great, but it's a discussion that has to be had. Clearly, there's an issue that the selectmen have with a part of the, let's say a part of the personnel wage, their contract. And we've started this process. Gary Whitehouse is involved, the wage committee's involved, you're involved. We're getting letters and stuff. It started. I can see how it's going to end, but we've got 2 weeks to get there. The process, and I haven't been involved in the process of changing in the past, but there is a process, and we've shortcutted it. The reason we shortcutted it, it's a matter of opinion. You think it should have been addressed a little quicker. You're coming back and said, the best we could do is have it on the agenda. We did it. But, the discussions that's happened over the last 2 weeks, my head is spinning. Everybody and nobody has taken responsibility for this because it's an issue that has to go through a process. The question is specific. Can we get through a process between now and March 19th where there's respect for the employees to have that dialogue with you and with Cindy and come up with something that can come back to us by the 19th?
Well, the answer to the question really is in the mind of the beholder, if you will, in this case, the non-union employees. They made a very specific request of you. So is it possible to honor their request in 2 weeks? No, because they've asked you to take this off the warrant and have a dialogue with them through the course of the summer. I mean, that's the specific requests they've
In
made.
the summer, okay.
Well, they've asked you to
That's for
take it off the
fall,
warrant.
So you're looking at December, late November,
Right.
December.
So presumably, although the letter doesn't say it, what I think they're saying is, well, they've said it very clearly, they want you to take it off the warrant. There's no ambiguity about that. What I presume they would like is what's been done in the past, where there's a conversation between them, the Personnel and Wage Board, the town manager, and ultimately the Board of Selectmen about a change to their benefit structure. And then that conversation, the result of whatever it generates, which typically goes over quite a few months of time, it's not a quick conversation, comes back to you with a recommendation for a town meeting action. The the Manager Act is fairly clear and on point and instructive. The manager proposes changes to the benefits of the non-union employees, in fact, all employees, to the Board of Selectmen. Now, this process we are currently following is outside of that process. Now, I'm not saying there's a formal process that we have to follow here, but you have a tradition of how you've done it in the past, and this is not following your tradition. So it's really a question of if you feel strongly and you want to propose this and it's on the warrant, that's your call. And we will, of course, and you have asked me to write it, and I have written it in proper language.
But I have questions about the way it's written.
Well, you know what, that's why I just wanted let's hold on. Let's just take a little straw poll right here and see how the board feels so we can eliminate discussion. I for one, think, you know what, I think that this has to be change made. There's definitely needs to be changes made. But in fairness to them, it needs to be put off because it's being rushed.
It was.
I understand.
It was not, originally, it was
wasn't
not rushed. This was brought up at the end of January. At the end of January, this was noted by the advisory committee. This was noted by the personal wage bylaw chairman. It was noted by me, and it was imparted to you. The end of January. I'm afraid that the town employees think that this is just something that came up like last week or something, and we're trying to get them, and that is not true. This was talked about in the end of January.
But that's still, Jeannie, that's still, following the process, it's still only 2 months.
Well, you know, you're talking about tradition. Traditionally, in years past, when a selectman talked to the town administrator or the town manager about something, it was attended to. That's the tradition of the town of Foxborough.
I still want to take it, you know, because this is going to go on all night.
Yeah, before we take a straw poll, because I think there's a process and a respect and a union, non-union issue on one side, the fiduciary issue on the other side. There's a benefit in here that has no cap on it.
Correct.
So if someone wants to take 5 classes times whatever, times 10 employees, there's going to be a big hit. And, you know, it is what it is because it's in the bylaw, and shame on, no, I shouldn't say shame on, because it's in there for a reason. I don't know what the reason was. It could have been they might have given up something on the other side to get it. I don't know, but the fact that it's in there. Now it's come to light. If we put this off until September, are we setting us up for everyone taking this benefit, and then we're saying, well, we should have handled it there?
Well,
what's
here's the good
process
news.
for that?
Here's the good news, if there's any in this. By postponing it until a special in the fall, you are not costing yourself, the town is not costing itself any money.
Is that because they had to decide, but they had to submit it by December 31st?
The employees who want to do this have to have submitted it by December 31st. Only 2 non-union employees did. Now,
One withdrew.
One withdrew, so there's
that's
only
what we had
currently
this
one
last
request.
meeting, we had this discussion where there's no monetary loss to the town by
Correct.
putting it off to the fall.
So, this is a situation where you can take your time, you can proceed deliberately, there is no reason to create a rift with our employees. You can have that courteous, respectful dialogue. You can come back in the fall with a change to this, which, by the way, I have yet to detect a single employee who objects to changing this, not one. Their concern is the process, but they agree that this needs to be changed. So I think you will find them very willing, cooperative partners in changing this, but they would like the respect of that dialogue so that we can bring this back in the fall, change it at a special town meeting prior to December 31st, when presumably employees would make their request for the new fiscal year in 2014. So the only thing that could result in the town paying money under this, uncapped, if you will, would be if we failed to have a special town meeting prior to December 31st and a non-union employee made their request.
Given that explanation, then, straw
Exactly.
poll,
We
I
had
don't
that-
have a
we had
problem.
that dialogue last
Because
time.
I-
And you know what?
I understand
The-
your
the-
frustration, Ginny, but I think, given that it's not going to impact us financially, then that does open up the opportunity that we can honor that process. And
So I'm gonna make a motion to strike Article 15 from the annual town warrant.
If you could not strike the first two parts of 15, because nobody objects to those.
That's what I
Those
was
are
just gonna
technical
ask.
changes.
Okay, then I'll let Linda take over.
Makes sense,
Are
Shane?
they okay with those two?
Yes, everybody's fine with that. Those are just technical
You're
changes.
sure?
In the fall.
You're positive?
Yes.
I've got your word.
Tony,
Your-
what if we don't, I mean, you.
You know what?
You're pretty sure that we're going to be having.
Take the
It's
whole
just-
article out, because I'm not sure.
It's getting, so everybody's talking at the
No,
same time, getting me confused.
the first
Hold
two
on,
parts are
hold
boilerplate.
on. All right, so,
That's-
Linda just asked
No
me a
big deal.
question.
I'm just saying,
All right,
like,
all
I
right,
just
all
want to
right.
make sure.
And I can't
Because
give
they were
you-
very
Have to have a
specific
little-
Well, I
in their
can't
thing to
understand
say
when five
they
people
want
are talking at the same
nothing
time.
on
That's
there,
sad.
so.
The answer to your question, Linda, is I didn't ask them. I don't know for absolutely certain. I don't think it'll be a problem, but I don't want to speak for them, so I don't know. There's no harm in letting that language wait till the fall also.
all right, so you want the motion to be to remove the,
Article 15, just totally, because we're not sure about the first two parts of it too,
all right, so
so.
we're gonna get rid of the whole article.
Yeah.
That's, all right, motion to remove Article 15, just like I said.
Before we make the motion, the same group that asked us not to talk about it, it wants to talk to us about it, so.
No, I just want to say we were aware of the EEOC and the other thing, because it's federally mandated, so we all understood, we were explaining those to us today.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So they were federally mandated, they have to be changed, we
No
don't have a
objection, huh?
choice. and we
Okay.
didn't
So you
have a
did
choice.
explain it to them, so that's all you had to say.
Well, I didn't know
Here,
that.
he wasn't
I
in the
wasn't at this meeting.
He wasn't
Oh.
in this meeting, it was an employee
I'm
meeting.
excluded from that meeting, believe me. I
Okay,
wasn't
so
even in
the-
the building.
Oh.
so just section O.
Opportunity policy, and then the family medical leave stays as is. The Article 2
So
employee
it would just
benefits
be
gets stricken.
Article 3 employee benefits
Thanks, Lisa.
that would be stricken.
So Article 3.
It's,
Article
well, it's
two.
Article 2, section O.
It's the section of Article 15 that says Article 2 employee benefits, Section O, education.
All right, strike my motion, please. And somebody that understands this mumbo
Section O.
jumbo, make the motion, because it's now confusing me.
I'll make a motion to strike part of Article 15 that says Article 2 employee benefits, Section 0, education reimbursement, for reconsideration for the fall town meeting.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, whoever you are.
Well, he stepped out, and I took over, and I never gave it
I
back.
just want to say thank you to the board, because we will end up changing this, and Ginny, I assure you, this will be changed very much like you've got in mind and Gary has in mind, but we will do it in a way that at the end of the day, everyone will say, that's a good process, we did the right thing, and we'll end up with a good cap on it that makes it a responsible benefit. I assure you, we
It'll
will.
save us 3
Kevin,
hours
can
of
you
debate.
just clarify something for
Sure.
me then? So you didn't discuss this with them, with the non-union personnel?
I discussed it with the department heads when I reviewed the whole
Well, what I'm
warrant.
talking about is, we're talking about the EO and the Family Leave Act.
No, because those were
You
technical.
said, you just said, trust me, I'm not even in the building when they meet, whatever, so how do they get their information about what is coming up here?
Yeah, let's hear from Cindy, sure.
Yeah, one thing I want to add, and then I
I was
want
just
to turn it
asking
over.
Kevin, that's all.
Ginny, you said earlier that the selectmen is meeting on the 19th. You suggested that perhaps the employees weren't aware of what was discussed that night, way back when. I want to reassure the board, the employees were acutely aware of what was discussed that night. There was a tremendous amount of discussion following the meeting that night, because that's the first time the benefit was discussed about being changed, and the employees were acutely aware of that. I had a conversation with the department heads following that when we went through the entire warrant and talked about all the different articles that were in it. But there was a subsequent meeting, discussion and meeting that occurred today, which I was not a party to specifically. I don't know what happened.
Okay. So, the
technical boilerplate ones that you're talking about
Yeah.
were discussed in department head. We handed them out to all department heads, asked them to bring them back to their staff. If there were any comments or concerns, to get it back to me by a certain date. Then today, I just made sure all the non-union staff were aware, because you were discussing it tonight, so that there wouldn't be any issues. So it did sort of happen in like 2 or 3 tiers. It was handed out in department head. They were told to hand it to their staff members, all staff members, and then I discussed it with them as well. So it did.
Okay.
That
so
meeting that
that's-
happened today, Kevin was not there. I don't think you were invited, but he was not there. But
Nor was I invited, which
Okay,
is the way, which is the way it should be.
Okay, so just previous to Cindy's arrival, you would approach the non-union members and have a meeting with them, whether it's the department heads or trickles down. That used to be your role, correct, or?
The process that I would recommend
No,
is, yep.
No, it sounds like Cindy has control over it now. That if a article is coming up and it has to do with non-union personnel, that you will do the trickle-down effect through the department managers.
no, actually, the very first step was presenting it to Kevin. Just the very first thing I did was say, these are out of compliance. We need to update these immediately. Kevin.
But
If it's a-
previously, it would have been you that
Yeah,
did
well, it
that.
still is. If
Okay.
it's a discussion about changing a bylaw, then the manager's role is to have a discussion with whoever.
Yep.
And if I agree with the change, if I agree, propose it to the board. That's what's in this Manager Act. And then the board debates it and decides if you want to act on it or not. In other words, it's a mutual discussion between the manager and the Board of Selectmen. However, if the employees want to have their own meeting and talk about any subject they want to talk about off town time, they have every right to do so, and not invite me if they don't want to.
So that's the meeting that happened today?
That's the meeting that happened today on their dinner break,
At
and
4
that
o'clock.
was their decision.
Okay.
So Cindy, you presented this, the boilerplate language to Kevin, and when was that?
Quite some time ago. I don't remember the
Okay.
exact date.
A couple weeks ago or something,
Okay,
yeah.
and at that time, you didn't say to Cindy, oh, by the way, we probably should be reviewing the tuition reimbursement? Because
No,
I
his
had been,
point
because
is-
I had been talking to one of the selectmen?
No, Jenny, let me say this one more time. I don't.
Hold on.
This is-
No, this is way off track.
This is going.
Way off
yeah.
track. We're not going down that road again. Time to move on. Time to end the discussion.
So the motion was made.
We got the motion and
Cindy, thank you.
everything.
We voted.
5-0.
It was voted for the discussion, 5-0. That's Article 15. Was there any other articles that were
Nope.
hanging out there?
That's it, off to action.
Lorraine?
I wanted to bring up 2 questions, Kevin, on the articles. One is, back a ways, Tim, the intern, had done a study of the streets and how there were a number of streets that had not been
Oh,
approved
yeah.
that affected Chapter 90, is it Chapter 90? Yeah. Funding, so that by approving them, we would get more funding for our roads.
Well,
So-
Chapter 90 funding, yep.
Yeah, so I just wanted to find out if we can put some of those on here, because I think the list was pretty long, and I thought we were going to start trying to take chunks of them.
There's no way I could resurrect that and get that on here that fast, because it's not just a matter of taking
Well,
the
if it's
street.
accepting it, then you gotta maintain it and plow it.
Well, it's not even that. It's
Gotta
that
be
you have to have a
inspected.
legal description of the street. It's not enough to say, move to accept Brown Ave. Under some circumstances, it is okay to say that. Under others, you gotta have a legal description. So it's not a quick,
Okay.
it's not something,
To go from
it
a
would be
private
a
road to
huge
public
body of
road
work
is-
to try to pull it off.
Okay,
I
so
think
maybe
did
something we
all
could do
the-
for.
I think we did all the easy ones, and the ones that were left, they were kind of in 3 batches. There were the real easy ones, then there were ones that were kind of complicated but not so bad, and then there were the ones that were just incredibly complicated. And we did some of the easy ones, I know that, because we picked up, I think we picked up about a $30,000+ increase in Chapter 90 money because of that. And then there was a second batch, and we just haven't had
I
time to
mean,
get
it
back
seemed like
to
there
it.
were a lot of them, so I just thought, maybe if we could just restart that process again. So
I'd
I
have
don't
to
know if
go
there's
back.
any easy ones still left out there that we could consider looking at.
I'll be happy to check.
Okay.
And if, I got to turn it over to Roger, because I'm just beyond swamped.
Okay.
With budget wrap-up, warrant, and all that. But I'll have DPW check that, and if there are some, Bob Swanson will know.
Okay.
Then I'll go ahead and put them in, and if we can't get absolute clarity, then I won't do it, because I don't want to risk having them in here and having a big mess at town meeting, because they're not thought out.
Okay.
Well, why don't you can prepare for the fall town meeting, and that'll be.
Yeah, absolutely, sure.
Well, that'll give you plenty of time
Yep.
to do the investigation.
Yeah, no problem.
The other question I had for an article, when we did the Town Asset Review Committee update, and we talked about the old recreation building, that the need that there would be to go to town meeting for an approval to start the process, I think, for whatever legislation, to get authorization so that they could be viewed as, a possible sale of that
I
asset.
think Jay Barrows has to propose that legislation.
For what, I'm sorry now?
It's the
The old
recreation
auditorium.
building, the old auditorium
Oh.
behind
Fire
the,
station.
Yeah, you actually have to get legislation.
Drafted.
But don't we have to ask
You have to-
town
town
meeting
meeting
to
to
do
do
that?
Yeah, it's gonna be a big rigmarole, and,
so
we
fall.
haven't done any research
Okay.
on it, and honestly, it's been put out there as a potential site for the new regional dispatch center, because it would be a great use of it, unless somebody else has a better use of it, but it would be a great use for it potentially. So if the report comes back, and that should be done within 4 or 5 weeks, and it says, hey, that would be a great site, then that's something that comes to the town for us to consider if we want to do it.
It's easy
I wasn't aware of
legislation
that.
because it's regionalization.
Yeah, other than that, honestly, I can't think of any use, and it sort of becomes a discussion between you, and I'd encourage you to talk to the planning board through the master plan to see if anybody thinks there's a use for it, and then if not, then we can get the legislation, declare it surplus and sell it.
So look at that potentially for fall, depending on what plan.
Yeah, it's another potential one for fall, sure.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd say that's probably one your committee wants to take a
Right.
look at.
Well, that's why I was asking, because it's
Yeah.
something, we want to do something with it.
So
And
many
I just
have
wanted
tried.
to
Get it
get
moving.
it going. Yeah.
So many have tried to move that
I
building.
know.
Kevin, just on the back page, on the signature page, I don't know who Lorraine A. Clark is, and I'm pretty sure that Linda A. Walsh will, she'll be here, she may be here, she may not be here, but she's not on there at all, so
Just the one
I don't know
article.
if this was, and John, sorry, but you're not on here either, so.
Thought we weren't going to talk
I don't know
about
what to tell you,
typos.
kid. Both of us could be out, I don't know.
Linda,
But
Kevin
just make sure we
specifically asked
change
not to
that.
talk about typos.
We should
Typos.
think of something quick and funny, but nothing's coming to mind, so if it's a typo, we'll fix it.
Okay.
I gotta see it.
That's funny.
All right,
Somebody
now
else
there's-
got it first anyway.
There's no action items. There is.
Yeah,
a-
there is.
Great, right here.
What's the matter?
There you go, brother.
My packet.
Okay,
We,
go. That's
a
simple.
grant acceptance for.
I have that in here somewhere.
So I move that we accept the grant for $10,000 for the state 9/11 department to be used for training costs, the operation of the central dispatch.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, further discussion? With gratitude, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Second grant was for $43,534 from the state 9/11 department to be used to supplement cost for the operation of the central dispatch
These are
center.
grants we get routinely every year.
Motion made.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made, seconded with gratitude. All those in, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. There is a payment received from Attorney Spillane from the Waxy O'Connor's situation of $8,000 to, as a gift for the police department.
So moved to accept.
Motion
Gratitude.
made with
Second?
gratitude, seconded for the discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
You
And
guys
on
have
top of, yes, but just discussion,
Where's the sign
the
sheet?
bills for the lawyer and everything. that was gonna get paid.
That's just a bill that was paid, that wouldn't be as a gift.
It would be an action item. That would
Right, is that correct, Kevin?
So so
Attorney fees?
you got like 2,000.
Oh, no, wait a minute, the attorney fees were part of that, right?
Yeah, but
Yes.
that's not part of an action item. That's an acceptance of a
Not
gift.
really an
That would
action
be a
item.
bill.
I
That
was
would
just
be-
questioning
Well,
that.
yeah, I'm
I
sorry,
wasn't
yes, it is.
making a part of your
Remember-
motion.
Wasn't
gift.
this,
Remember, this was a gift.
and the attorney fees were in that?
Yes, so you have to accept this gift.
Part
So
of this
this is
gift covers the
8,000.
fees.
Part of it does? That's what I'm saying. Thought it was like up to 10,000.
This is not reimbursement for anything. This is a gift, which in their good conscience, they felt they should give to the community.
It says in the letter that it's for the purposes for public safety training.
Right, but
Because as you know, you have no power to require payment
Right.
by a violator. That would be unlawful and stricken down by ABCC.
I'm just trying to think, there was,
But if their conscience troubles them and they want to give a gift, they can do that.
we didn't have all the attorney fees, didn't they say it's gonna be under this amount?
2,000.
2,000.
It was under 2,000, Kevin said at the meeting, and that goes directly to, that situation, doesn't go in the budget or nothing. It's a different scenario than this completely, but they do have to, you should tell us they're accountable and it's paid up, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I can tell you that they offered to make you a gift, and they made the gift in the amount they offered that night.
Right. Plus the attorney fees.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
what I thought.
8,000 plus attorney
No,
fees.
they offered to give you a gift, period, in an amount, and they did it. They
Yeah, and I-
cannot reimburse your attorney's fees. It's against the law.
So this is part of it?
No. They offered to make you a gift. I'll explain it afterwards.
Oh, I can review it later.
Okay.
Can we hold off on accepting that? It's not going to,
Oh, no, we accepted it.
Oh, we need to accept
Yeah.
it, yeah.
But
we already
that, I
voted
think
on
that
it.
answers your question though, right, Linda?
Sure.
I thought, you're right, Linda, I'm sorry. What is this here?
Positive.
And then we have a request for request to accept $500 from the Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare to the Historical Commission Gift Fund from Kristen Hovey of the Historical Commission.
Jimmy, in the signing folder, I've got 3 license applications for Waxy O'Connor's. It's not on the action items, right?
What do you get these?
Hold on, let's finish with this one.
So moved.
This is a gift of $500.
Right.
And a motion was to accept it, seconded?
Second?
With gratitude. All those, any more discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. That's it for the action items, and we'll go back to, I haven't seen the package that we have to sign.
I just opened it looking for what we were approving. There's nothing in it that we're approving.
There's nothing, there shouldn't be anything for us to sign this evening.
No.
We don't have any.
Well, I'm
I
saying,
don't
why do we
know
have
is the
Waxy O'Connor's in here?
I don't know is the short
Alcohol,
answer.
entertainment, and
So
common
I'll
victorials.
have to check tomorrow. We'll have to call you to come in and sign it over the next week or so, because I don't know. There's no action item attached to this, so.
Well, we would have to vote on something. We couldn't just come in and sign it.
Yeah, right, so that's next
It's next,
meeting.
the 19th, I guess, 'cause
I'm just trying to think through, but nothing's coming to mind. Cobwebs, I don't know.
Is
I
it
don't know
something
why.
that we missed?
Do we,
Don't think so.
Should we make a,
you're good.
should we do a motion to
Well,
approve?
I don't know why these are in
I
here.
don't
I
know
can
what
tell
they
you,
are.
they have
They're
these
the common
licenses, so I
victuals
don't know why these are
license
here.
for
I don't know.
Waxy's.
Well, if we,
Is everyone around tomorrow or the next day if we have to come in and sign it? Know what's going on?
Mm.
Tahiti?
I'm not,
Vacation.
but
We'll
we'd
give you a
have to
call.
meet.
If this is
We would
something
have-
that you voted in the past and it just needs to get signed, we'll
That's
give you a
fine.
ring and you can pop
Well,
in
there's no
whenever you get a
paperwork to
chance.
vote it tonight other than signing, so
Yeah.
unless, so you
Well,
gotta
I'm
find
not
out
gonna
if we
sign
already
it.
voted on it. If we haven't voted on it, then if
Next
it's
agenda.
timely, it's, yeah.
Yep.
And then there was one item it was in our packet from Skipjack, and I'd like to address when people send us letters. It's about the issue that they're having brown water in their restaurant. Now, it's nice to say it's not our issue, but it's addressed to us. Can we draft a letter either back to them explaining that we're aware of it, and the Water and Sewer Department's working on it? Or is it more appropriate, you guys want to send this letter over to the Water and Sewer Department?
They
and
already
say,
have it. They already have
Have it on
it.
this?
I was
Yes.
at the meeting. They have
They
it.
have it, and
the water superintendent is drafting a letter back to Skipjack's.
Okay, because this was copied, this didn't say it was copied to them, it
Yeah,
was
and
just
what
copied,
I
yeah.
asked Bob
Thank you.
Worthley, when he did send the letter to Skipjack's, to send the Board of Selectmen a copy so we can find out,
How
remain
they-
in the loop
okay.
and find out what he said. So he
And
said he would do that.
They voted to do that last night
Yeah,
after?
he said he made a note to do it. so.
Okay, so, but not responding it.
Right, so we don't have to respond, they're going to respond, but we'll get a copy of their response.
Okay. Okay, we're going into executive session. Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Negotiations with non-union personnel.
Motion going to executive session to discuss non-union personnel negotiations, to re-enter a regular session shortly, to adjourn.
Motion made, seconded?
Second?
Linda?
Yes.
Ginny?
Yes.
Lorraine?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
And the chairman says yes. Thank you all and have a good night.
Change my last name to Clark.